8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, unprecedented. Former President Trump's mugshot released overnight.
I did nothing wrong.
Coming up, what it means for his other criminal cases and the 2024 campaign. Then, the new space race, a NASA crew ready for takeoff.
What we do up there is for all of us here on Earth.
Headed toward the International Space Station with a new focus, this time on the moon.
Right now, they're assembling the spaceships that will return America to the moon.
NBC's Tom Costello live in Cape Canaveral. Plus, Queen of the Court. We're sitting down with tennis trailblazer Billie Jean King on how she became a literal game changer.
We have an opportunity to make this world a better place. And I want the players today to lead just like we led back in the old days.
Chanel going one-on-one with a tennis icon as the sport celebrates a major milestone. And Poncho party on the plaza. Becky G here. Despite the rain, she's ready to rock with some of her new music, her biggest hits, and an exclusive announcement just for us. Today, Friday, August 25th, 2023.
You light me up inside like it's Jasmine's first concert. Kicking off the weekend from Montgomery County, Maryland. Orizaba, Veracruz, Mexico. Panama City, Panama. And Wallingford, Connecticut. First and live from Becky G. Today is our birthday. And we're celebrating with Becky G. Ready for Becky G!
We are back, 8:14 now, and the excitement is building here in New York City with the U.S. Open just around the corner. And you got to sit down with tennis royalty, Billie Jean King, the legend herself. She changed the U.S. Open, really changed the sport of tennis forever.
She did. I enjoyed every moment of our conversation. 50 years ago, the U.S. Open became the first tournament to give equal prize money to men and women, and Billie Jean King was at the forefront of that change. For all that she accomplished while playing, it was her work off the court that has made her the true icon she is today.
This is Billie Jean King of America, the new queen of tennis.
Throughout the history of tennis, one name comes up over and over again: Billie Jean King.
A great way to win a championship.
A champion with 39 Grand Slam titles, but also a pioneer whose efforts for equal rights and equal pay transcended the sport. 50 years ago, King found herself at the forefront of change. In June of 1973, she brought dozens of her fellow athletes together for a vote to form the Women's Tennis Association. It would give the top female tennis players a united voice for the first time and help them make a living playing the sport they loved.
Were you worried that there was a chance this could fail?
Yes, I was very worried.
How would you describe the energy in the room? I mean, there was so much at stake there.
They're very quiet, but they were listening. I give them the old pep talk, we're going to grow. Think about 50 years from now how big we can be and all that. So anyway, they voted yes.
The U.S. Open also made history later that year, becoming the first Grand Slam to offer equal prize money to male and female champions, all thanks to King's determination and her threat of a potential boycott.
What were you being told at the time as to why women were being paid less?
People don't like you as much. You don't make as much money. And then I'd ask them specifics. They go, well, I really don't know.
Were you ever worried that all of this would backfire in any way?
It can always backfire. You got to go for it, though. It's like serve volley, man. You got to go to net. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to move.
But King wasn't done yet.
He hustles off the court, and I hustle on the court, and that's what matters.
I don't think that she can stand up to the stress, the strain.
In September 1973, she found herself playing in a match for the ages, not for a tournament title, but rather for the advancement of the women's rights movement in the famous Battle of the Sexes against self-proclaimed male chauvinist Bobby Riggs, the world's #1 women's player, beating the 55-year-old Riggs in straight sets.
When we shook hands, put our arms around each other, he said, I underestimated you. And I went, oh, where's my dad?
That had to feel good.
Yeah, because my dad always says to my brother and me, never, ever underestimate your opponent and always respect them, even if you don't like them. That was so perfect what he had taught us.
How did your family react?
My parents hardly watched me play, but I pleaded with them to come to this match.
Yeah.
And they're actually there.
Oh.
So it was great.
Yeah, you talked about that one being so important. I mean, it wasn't a Grand Slam win. It didn't add to your title count, but
Oh, that doesn't count.
But it changed your career, no question about it. Changed your life for sure.
Oh, for sure, but it really was about social change. Women have come up to me since that match. That match has been mentioned every day of my life since that match, by the way.
Really?
I don't, unless I stay in the apartment and don't ever go out. The women got a lot more self-confidence from that. And the men will come up to me much more reflective. President Obama said he was 12 when he saw it. And he said, that match really did affect me and then how I raised our two girls.
At 79 years old, King says her work towards equality isn't finished yet. But tennis stars who came after her have frequently praised her immense impact and how she paved the way for their success.
A few years ago, Serena Williams posted this picture with you, and she said, without Billie Jean King, I don't know if any of us female athletes would be here.
Wow.
You think that's true?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that. Wow, Serena.
People consider her an icon and a
she
trailblazer. For her to say, you, Billie Jean King. How does that feel?
It feels great, but it feels connective, and that's what I want for each generation.
In what way? What do you mean?
We're connected to each other. Every generation passes the baton to the next generation. We have an opportunity to make this world a better place. And I want the players today to lead just like we led back in the old days. But I want them to do the same and pass the torch each generation.
I could have talked to her for the rest of the day.
Legend.
And this also grabbed my attention. So the second time Billie ever picked up a tennis racket, she was in the 5th grade.
Wow.
And she told her mom that she was going to be the #1 player in the world, something that, of course, she went on to achieve just a few years after she turned pro. So she believed herself when she was a little girl, and, of course, now inspires so many other little girls and women, both in sports and in life.
She manifested it.
Listen.
And that eyeglass game is
I
strong.
told her, I said, you're the only person, I'll give you credit. I was like, before Al Roker did, or she did it before you did it.
Oh, absolutely.
And she's like, oh, yeah.
I mean, you could really make the argument, and there have been a lot of folks who've had, obviously, an individual impact on a particular sport. You could make the argument no athlete has impacted a sport more than Billie Jean King.
And you know what? She made it very clear. She's not finished yet.
President Obama
yes.
says to her, I remember exactly where I was when I watched you play that
It's amazing.
match.
To be continued. Thank you, Billie Jean King, for talking with us. It was great. Yeah.
Mr. Roker.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
awesome.
Thank you.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Welcome back. We are back with global superstar Becky G.
Yes.
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 Well, before she rocks our stage for the very first time, let's take a look at Becky G's journey to this moment. Becky G is a multi-platinum global superstar with hits like Mommy and Mayores. Her songs have amassed nearly 9 billion streams. Becky G got her start at just 14 years old when she posted rap videos online.
15, nope, not yet. I've been waiting for my time on deck.
Landing her hit single Shower at 17. And performing right here on Today. Since then, Becky G's had 8 Billboard Hot 100 hits and collaborated with some of the world's biggest Latin stars, including Bad Bunny and Pitbull.
The music taking me higher.
Making her childhood dreams a reality.
Shout outs to Jennifer Lopez. Latino stand up.
Becky's debut album, Mala Santa, went platinum 8 times in the U.S. Her follow-up, Esquemas, was one of Rolling Stone's 100 best albums of 2022. Now, Becky G is headlining her first ever tour, Mi Casa Tu Casa. And today, we welcome Becky G to our casa as she takes over our city concert stage. All right, and now performing her hit single, Aranca, let's make some noise for Becky G!
¿Cómo estamos, mi gente? You guys ready to have a good time? Let's go today's show. Hey, sí, mano para arriba, mi gente, vamos. Dímelo, papi, ¿qué haces tú llamándome a mí? Si ayer te vieron enredado con una domi. Ya tengo un tigre que me saque parecía los weekends. De ti ya me olvidé, what? ¿A ti qué te pasa? ¿Qué estás llamando? Si me la estás pasando bien, pero no tanto. Ya tu paso amor no va. Otro verano, ponte las llantas. Sí. Yo sé que estás llamando porque quieres candy. Yo no soy tu plan B. Que me baje el panty, mi PUSI. Me puse rica y a ti no te gustó. Te como el candy. Lo que pasó, pasó. Yo estoy encontrando a una como yo. What? ¿A ti qué te pasa? ¿Qué estás llamando? Si me la estás pasando bien, pero no tanto. Ya tu paso amor. Verano, ponte las llantas. Sí. Arranca.
Polo Parra. AC. Becky G. Llegó la para.
Oh, it ain't finished.
This is Today on NBC. Thank you, Becky G.
superstar, Becky G. She's going to perform some more music in just a moment, but let's take a few moments to catch up. We've been teasing it all morning. First of all, Becky's got a huge announcement, a really big announcement, and she decided to make that announcement here on Today. So without further ado, what's the announcement, Becky G?
The announcement is my next album. And I'm so proud to share that my album is called Esquinas.
It means corners, right?
Yes,
So tell me
corners.
about that, corners.
Yeah, it's for me, I think I have always identified as not this side or that side of the streets that raised me, but the corner where two flags, two cultures, two languages meet. And I'm the 200%. I'm proud to be Latina and I'm proud to be from Inglewood.
Absolutely.
You have been at this for so long, since I think you were 9 years old. You were here almost 10 years ago. I was watching your performance from back in the day on the show. It's been a real journey for you, but I know for you it's not just about you, it's about your family.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think that's a lot to do with our culture. You know, we're, I always say, juntos somos más, together we're more. And and that goes to everyone, even who's not blood related. We look out for each other in our community. And so, family is everything to me.
And really quickly, you're about to do something you haven't done this fall. You're going on tour.
Yes.
And you, alone?
Yeah, it's my first headlining tour, Mi Casa, Tu Casa. I'm inviting everyone to Casa Gomez, which is my last name, and it's going to be a beautiful experience to get to sing all of my songs live with my fans.
Oh, I think there'll be lots of people at Casa Gomez.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Speaking of, you know, every Friday when we do this, we always get a good crowd. But to have hundreds of folks come out, wait for hours in the rain to sing and dance with Becky G, how does that make you feel?
Incredible, so amazing. Hasta que veo la bandera de Mexico, I see Mexico's flag everywhere. That makes me so proud, and yeah, it's just so amazing to have so much support.
I love it. Are you guys ready to have another performance, another song? Okay. So this next one might be my favorite song ever off her upcoming album, Esquinas. Here's Becky G with Chanel.
Let's go.
Con toda mi gente de México. Eso. Si lo saben, por favor, cántalo conmigo.
Me muero por ver tus ojos al volver, tu piel recorrer, famosas me bebé, algo bien, más que bien.
Por más que lo intenté, te tocó perder. Olvida ya el ayer, hace un mes. También te quería ver.
Tienes que entender, no queremos reconocer una y otra vez. Cometimos errores que
No se arreglan ya. Cuento de nunca y acabar. Vamos a aceptar. Tú por aquí, yo por allá. Eso, vamos. Vos, por siempre en mi vida, bebé. Y aunque ya lo sé, que nunca ya te podré ver. Y eso que, pues te amo, bebé.
te llevé a Chanel, también me escogió de cartón y un día se me fue, para un día nunca ya volver. Se me fue.
Así, mami.
No sé qué hacer.
Tienes que entender, lo queremos reconocer una y
with Becky G right after this. But first, this is Today on NBC. Friday morning it has been. We're back on the plaza with music superstar Becky G.
And get ready for this. She's performing the song that started it all. This is Shower.
All right, today's show. You guys ready? I don't know what you're something about you. Got me feeling like I can't be without you. Anytime someone mention your name, I be feeling as if I'm around you. Ain't no words to describe you, baby. All I know is that you take me high. Can you tell that you drive me crazy? Cause I can't get you out my mind. Think of you when what? Going to bed. When I wake up, think of you again. You are my homie. Exactly why you like me up inside. Like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile. And people ask me how. Well, you're the reason why. Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower. Come on. Singing in the shower. Come on. I see. Singing in the shower. All I want, all I need is your loving. Baby, you make me hot like an oven. Since you came, you know what I discovered. Baby, I don't need me another. Now all I know, only you got me feeling so. And you know that I got too heavier, and I don't wanna let you go. Think of you when I'm going to bed. When I wake up, think of you again. You are my homie, exactly why. Come on. Up inside, like the 4th of July. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile. And people ask me how, well, you're the reason why. Come on. Dancing in the mirror. Singing in the shower, come on. Singing in the shower, come on. Singing in the shower. All right, today's show. I know you know this. Come on. There ain't no guarantee, but I take a chance on it. Baby, let's take our time. And when the times get rough, there ain't no giving up, cause it just feels so right. Don't care what others say, if I got you, I'm straight. You bring my heart to life. Yeah, you light me up inside. Whenever you're around, I always seem to smile. Well, you're the reason why. Come on. Dancing in the mirror, singing in the shower. Come on.
And what an appropriate song to end on, too, right?
Right?
Yep. So, yeah, I want to introduce you to someone. Jason, you be careful. Bunch of fans here, but I am looking for Daisy. Where's Daisy and Wendy? Daisy and Wendy, right here. Where y'all from?
Oh, no, it's not us.
Oh, where y'all from?
We're from Sag Harbor.
From Sag Harbor. What time did you get here last night?
We got here at 11 o'clock.
Oh my gosh.
You spent the night here?
Yeah.
To see Becky G?
Yes.
Oh my
Why?
God.
Wow.
Would you like to meet Becky G? Becky, this is Daisy.
I love you guys so much. Thank you. That is so amazing and also wild. You guys are wild. Thank you.
Came straight here.
Left work and came straight here.
Yes.
Putting in the hours, girl. I got you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you,
That
Becky.
was awesome.
Thanks to all of you who came and endured the weather.
That was awesome.
So
and Al Roker, I'll give you credit. The weather cleared up. It stopped for our last
The shower is over.
Yes.
I'll get it for you.
That
Becky,
was great.
thank you. There's more Becky G, by the way, coming up in our third hour. We're going to catch up with her about headlining that first tour. And she's going to perform one more song after your local news.
This morning on the third hour of Today, fierce competition. Simone Biles bringing her A game to the U.S. Gymnastics Championships today as she gets one step closer to the Paris Olympics, and we've got your preview. Then, grooming for the guys.
I want them to feel confident.
Craig meeting an entrepreneur whose family inspired a booming business. Plus, supersized superfoods. Our Joy Bauer showing us how to double the size of your burger and chicken parm dinner while actually making it healthier. And Becky G is here, the global superstar with 2 multi-platinum albums under her belt, live in Studio 1A. And this morning, an exclusive announcement just for us. Today, Friday, August 25th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good Friday morning! Third hour of Today. Al, Chanel, Craig, Dylan has off, but we've got Becky G, multi-platinum artist.
Hello.
So, what an amazing concert you
It's
put
so
on.
fun.
Thank you so much.
And all these fans who stuck it out through some torrential rain.
Yeah.
The best, literally.
So you get a little downtime for the next few hours, and then you get ready to start your tour. When's
Kicking
that
off the
start?
tour, yeah, this September. I'm kicking things off in Boston. We're gonna come here to New York.
Yeah.
We're gonna be everywhere across the U.S. It's gonna be awesome.
And you made an exclusive announcement this morning right here on the Today Show, the upcoming album Esquinas, putting the spotlight on your Mexican roots. And you know, it was so relatable because so many people have blended cultures or different experiences, and you're putting it all together through art.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Exactly, that's my intention for sure.
I love that.
By the way, we've already thanked the fans. What about this band?
I mean,
and these dancers.
dancers.
Like,
They're coming out on tour with you.
Yes, they are.
and no one slipped, no one fell.
I know.
Beautiful, it's a beautiful thing. I want to introduce you to one fan in particular here. A lot of folks who come to these concerts, they get up either really early or they stay up all night. By the way, special kudos to Jason here, who operates this Steadicam, who backpedals in the rain. That's no easy feat either. I am looking for Charlene. Oh, there you are. This is a big day for you because it is your
20th birthday.
Oh my God, feliz
Happy
cumpleaños.
birthday.
Happy birthday, mama.
And I understand that your father, what's your dad's name?
Alejandro.
We want to say a special hello to Alejandro, who's been a little sick lately. He's in and out of the hospital, but you listen with your dad to Becky G's music.
Yes, it actually helps us go through the tough times when he comes home, he's tired from dialysis because of kidney failure. So it helps us.
And you were in line at 3 a.m.
Yes, I was in line 3 a.m. with my cousin and my sisters.
Anything you want to say to Miss Becky G?
You're an inspiration to all of us Mexican Americans. You keep going and do what you do because without your speeches, every time you say something inspiring us to us, we can't keep going. So you keep going and doing what you love, and I love you.
Thank you so much. I
And
love
it's
you
my
so
first
much.
concert. So,
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
Becky G's your first. Wow!
Oh my goodness.
I just want want to say that you are so strong. Your family is so strong. You guys are in my prayers. Shout out to your dad, Alejandro. And thank you so much for your support. I do this for us. And que seguimos adelante juntos, you know, always.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for being so spectacular, by the way.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
She wants you to stop, of course. Yes.
Absolutely. What an honor.
S. Jones, over to you.
Oh, my goodness. That's hard to top. What a beautiful...
And she's been so terrific with all the fans.
With everybody out here. What a beautiful moment. And there's still more ahead, so as far as Becky G is concerned. Well, let's turn now to the GOAT. Olympic great Simone Biles is back in action, and tonight she'll be competing in the Xfinity U.S. Gymnastics Championship in San Jose, California. And she's not alone. It's the most decorated lineup ever. NBC's Emily Ikeda is inside with the very latest. I have to tell you, this is some serious competition this year.
Absolutely. Good morning to you. All eyes will be on the formidable force that is Simone Biles, 7-time Olympic medalist and fresh off her win at the Core Hydration Classic a couple of weeks ago. But she won't be the only big name out there today. Suni Lee, Jordan Childs, others will be in the mix as well with less than a year to go till Paris.
It's the next step in her historic comeback. Simone Biles set to take the floor in the U.S. Gymnastics Championships later today. Fresh off her all-around win 2 weeks ago at the Core Hydration Classic, Biles is reminding people why she's the most decorated gymnast ever.
It felt really good.
But Biles isn't the only star at this year's championship. All-around 2020 Olympic champion Suni Lee, as well as Olympic teammate and silver medalist Jordan Childs, are just part of this powerhouse field. Competition is fierce to qualify for an elusive and exclusive spot on the 2024 Olympic team.
This competition will allow all athletes that compete a chance to make national team. And what that does is it qualifies them to go ahead and compete and try out for Worlds come this fall.
But aside from all the athletic star power that will be on display in San Jose, this competition offers an opportunity to shine a positive light on a sport that has been riddled in scandal in recent years.
We have been failed, and we deserve answers.
Speaking on Capitol Hill in 2021, Biles slammed the, quote, entire system for enabling sexual abuse.
While acknowledging what has happened in the past, we can still continue to move forward and be strong.
In the Tokyo Olympic Games, Biles stunned the world, withdrawing from most of her events in 2021.
Wow.
It looked like she got almost lost in the air.
Biles saying the pressure and emotional toll of the Olympics led to a case of the twisties, where gymnasts can get disoriented in the air.
I had no idea where I was in the air. You could literally see it in my eyes in the pictures. Like, I was petrified.
She's since used her platform to highlight the importance of mental health and seems to have her confidence back on the mat. Now, all eyes will be on the 4'11" Dynamo, who will try to twist, turn, and explode her way to another championship.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
What a vault. Remember, this is an individual competition, so each gymnast will be throwing every skill they have to put themselves on the podium, hoping to make the national team, which sets them up for Worlds. And they say, you know, this is potentially the most competitive chance run with all of these veteran gymnasts. Sure. Remember, of course we remember Gabby Douglas, two-time gold medalist. Well, she's been posting on social media her training on the bars. So she is eyeing Paris 2024 as well, even though she won't be at the competition today. But this is some fierce competition, and I am here for it.
I know.
All-stars.
I know.
The golden age of Team USA gymnastics continues.
Continues.
These girls have been tumbling around and practicing for this moment since they were, you know,
absolutely
4 or 5 years
absolutely.
old. Exactly.
And we're seeing older gymnasts compete as well, which is really cool. Their careers are stretching out longer, so we're seeing some real veterans.
Good stuff.
Cool. We like that. Emily, thanks so much.
Guys.
And you can watch this all-star women's field, including Simone Biles, at the Xfinity U.S. Gymnastics Championships tonight at 8 Eastern on Peacock, Sunday night at 7 Eastern on NBC and Peacock.
All right. Speaking of sports, by the way, in case you hadn't heard, the U.S. Open, it starts on Monday. And you had a huge day yesterday.
It was a busy day yesterday. I was all over New York City talking to the greats. The New York Open, or the New York Open, the U.S. Open is here. I had a chance to sit down with the great Billie Jean King, the legend. She is, as the kids say, an icon living. I mean, she is just, we were talking about this earlier. She's responsible for so many things for not just women in sports, but just in life in general. Such a trailblazer. So we talked about her accomplishments. 1973 was a pivotal year on the 50th anniversary for that. And then I went straight to a U.S. Open kickoff event at the Lotte Palace. in New York. It was so beautiful. I emceed a couple of rounds of pickleball among some tennis legends. We had Carlos Alcaraz, who, by the way, just won Wimbledon. He played alongside Venus Williams.
Wow.
Can you imagine just having a good time playing pickleball inside of a hotel? My twins, Uche and Clara, they were ball kids, so they were giving out the trophies.
They dressed the part.
They dressed the part. My little guy's walking around trying to get people to sign his tennis ball.
That's great.
He was like, Mom, I'm going to save it forever and ever and ever. So, and listen, these players are very gracious because obviously they're here on a mission, but they took time to talk with fans there at the Lotte Palace. So it's going to be a good season.
It was great. And by the way, people should check out on our Twitter your interview with Billie Jean King.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terrific.
Yes.
All right.
And she was rocking those Roka glasses.
I told her.
They're Billie Jean. I'm rocking Billie Jean King. Fair enough. That's the way that works. Well, coming up, we got Vicky Wynn here with new guidelines you're going to need for school this year, keeping all our kids safe. Plus, in our series, The Upside, Mr. Melvin meets the business owner who's revolutionizing the world of black hair care. A little too late for me, but the rest of you may benefit. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
He's got products for you.
With back-to-school season underway in some districts around the country already in session, NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Wynn is here this morning with best practices to help ensure our kids' safety. Vicky, good morning to you.
Good morning.
We talk a lot about
Happy
pens
Friday.
and paper and backpacks and all of that, but let's talk about our kids' safety, as they prepare for a new year and head back to the classroom.
Yes,
What
first
should
thing
keep
we
in
want
mind?
to do, look, you might have had a change in your phone number or your address, so you want to contact the school and make sure you've updated all of your emergency contact information. Maybe you have a new pediatrician, so not just the school, but any back-to-school programs, any sports teams. Just make sure that everybody can reach you in case something happens with your child. The next thing you want to do is practice with your kids. What's your phone number? What's daddy's phone number? Mommy's phone number? What's our address? And do it under duress. I like to catch them off guard. They're doing something. What's our phone number? Because here's the thing. If they have to give the phone number to a grown-up, they might be stressed,
True.
and so it's good to practice.
Pop quiz.
Yes, pop quiz, exactly. The other thing is, look, I know everyone's busy, but if you can schedule time to meet the people that will be taking care of your children, even if it's 15 minutes face-to-face, that is a great thing. It'll set your child up for success in the classroom as well. And then this is an important one, and PTA.org has a whole list of 20 questions you should be asking your principal, your superintendent, to get the conversation going. What are the protocols if there's a lockdown? What happens if there's a report of something happening on campus, whether it's weather, an active shooter situation? Unfortunately, those are the times we live in. You want to know what your kids should be prepared for. And of course, pay attention to what Al and Dylan are telling us about the weather. Sometimes people don't think about it, but inclement weather can be a whole thing that throws off your daycare schedule, your work schedule, and your kids' schedule.
So let's get the kids to and from school as safely as possible, either for walkers and for bus riders.
Yeah, this might be the year your kid gets to walk to school with a buddy or by themselves for the very first time. This is another one where you should practice and role play. Make sure your child is actually paying attention and able to walk to school. It's not about age. It's about their awareness and their ability. What I like to do, is walk alongside them or behind them. Are they really looking left, right, left before they cross the street? Are they paying attention to the lights and the signs and the crosswalks? Because if they're not, maybe it's not the right time for them to start.
Maybe try to keep them not wearing earbuds.
Absolutely not. That's a no-no completely. They need to have complete situational awareness if they're walking to school. The other thing to remind people is if there are no sidewalks, walk facing traffic. If you can pick a route where you can see the drivers can see you,
advice.
Teach your kids that it's okay to make eye contact with the person who's behind the wheel. That way they know that person is stopped. I can cross in front of you. This is the other big reminder. If your child takes, and of course, wear the bright clothing. Make sure they're not wearing gray on a dark, rainy day or black. And also, if they take the bus, you've got to teach them, even when the bus stops and they're getting off, they still need to look because more than 40 million times a year in this country, drivers are blowing by school buses with the stop sign out. It's incredibly dangerous. And if you are a driver, pay attention. Give a 10-foot berth at least anytime you see a school bus with the flashing lights, with its stop sign down, because you know what that means. There are going to be kids in that vicinity.
You also want to talk to your children about reporting unsafe behavior in school and even around school as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. We were talking about how they should certainly report anything that they see that's suspicious, but you have to role play with your kids because they don't want to be a tattletale.
Right.
You know the saying about snitches, they get stitches. So
Was that how it goes?
And end up in ditches.
Right? Oh, wow. Add on a third scary thing. But the thing is, kids are exposed to all kinds of stuff in school, and I don't care if it's an affluent school or a less affluent school. They're bringing vapes, they're bringing gummies that look like candy, and God forbid, weapons. And your children need to be aware, they need to observe, and they need to know what is a safe avenue for me to tell someone, whether it's a grown-up, a teacher, a counselor at school, or whether I'm telling my parents, what are the safe channels to report something anonymously. Kids need to know that it doesn't have to be traced back to them, but if they see something, they gotta say something. Same thing, stranger danger, have that conversation. If someone comes up to you, they wanna offer you a ride to school, they wanna offer you to go see the puppies in their car, that's a definite no and a red flag. Teach them how to get away, how to say, no, help, this is not my dad. That's something you've got to teach your kids to say because it gets people's attention.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you hear a kid saying no, and you think maybe they're having a tantrum. But if you're saying,
hear that, we look.
Right? And
what's the
bullying.
conversation around bullying, Vic?
This is an important one, not just to have with your children, but also to understand what is the way that your school handles bullying. And if your child has an issue, you should not be shy as a parent to advocate for your children and try to get results. Some schools do a much better job of promoting kindness as a culture. Some don't. And that's where you as a parent have to be able to step in for your children.
Really good advice this morning, Vicki.
Vicki, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too.
When we come back on this Friday morning, a business that's changing the game when it comes to guys' grooming products. It was started by a fella who comes from a family, a long line of entrepreneurs. And then a little bit later, if it's Friday at Superfood Friday, Joy Bowers here with some ideas to up the nutrition factor on some of your favorite foods. And apparently, Mr. Roker, that includes burgers.
Oh, see, there you go.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
This morning in our series, The Upside, Craig, you got a story about a business owner who was, you might say, groomed for success.
Oh, I like that, Mr. Roker. That's right. Michael James was raised in a family of entrepreneurs, so it's no coincidence. His mission in life is growing his own business. With Frederick Benjamin Grooming, he's paying tribute to his grandfather while filling a need in the market, catering to men of color.
These are the first set of products. So this is our regimen for dry scalp and hair.
Michael James, a former brand manager for beauty and personal care companies, is the creative behind Frederick Benjamin Grooming. The industry veteran leveraged his experience to start the hair care, shaving, and beard product line in 2010 with the goal of empowering men of color to look and feel their best.
When people use your products, how do you want them to feel?
I want them to feel confident, to feel that sense of pride and grace that my grandfather had.
His grandfather, whose name graces Michael's company, and what originally started as a side hustle using barbershops as the backdrop for getting feedback on those early formulas, grew in 2016 to become a full-time job.
Frederick Benjamin is my grandfather, who was also an entrepreneur in South Carolina.
In fact, Frederick Benjamin Shumpert was a black man who ran a turpentine-turned-lumber mill business in the Jim Crow South.
He started his business in 1939. I was fortunate enough to watch that operations at an early age.
And as I understand it, also fortunate to be able to actually give paychecks on Fridays sometimes.
That was a highlight of my Friday afternoon. I got to stand on the porch, watch the guys gather around and call their names, and they'd come up, I'd give them a check. So that experience and that memory sits with me.
What do you think that taught you?
Being able to see my grandfather and then later my parents operate a business helped me understand that this was attainable. And lumber wasn't really kind of my thing, but I knew something entrepreneurial would be great.
So Michael went the route of owning the grooming experience, offering solutions specifically catering to the unique needs of melanated skin and hair.
How would you describe your products?
Clean, natural grooming products for men with dry, itchy scalp or coarse, curly hair. We're without petroleum, sulfates, parabens, and things of that nature. And our pomade is water-based. Leave-in conditioner.
I had the chance to try some of Michael's best sellers.
And this is our daily hydrator.
It's not thick and...
It's not thick and greasy, and you can...
Oh, it's got a nice scent to it.
That's right.
Oh, I like that brush, too. That's a nice brush.
And then this is fast becoming our #1 product. It adds some hold and some nice shine.
Does it reverse gray? Doesn't do that yet.
But we're working on it.
Oh, you really?
In addition to online sales, the grooming products are available in big box stores, Target, and Walmart.
Seems like you might be in a pretty good spot now.
Definitely bigger opportunities, but bigger challenges.
You have 2 daughters. Are they watching and thinking, maybe I should continue the family tradition of entrepreneurship?
Before I moved into this warehouse, they would come to the storage unit, they would go to the post office and watch me drop off orders for the day. If they want to take it over and if it's still available, by all means. But at least the exposure is what counts.
Is it true that one of the girls carries around one of your products in her purse all the time?
Nola, my 17-year-old.
What does she carry?
She carries a pomade. It sleeks down her ponytail and it gives her that shine.
Where do you see Frederick Benjamin Grooming in 5-10 years?
Skin care, body care, and in a lot more stores.
What do you think Frederick Benjamin Shumpert would say about all of this?
Well, my mother says that he would be extremely proud, and that makes me more than proud.
Mike's a good dude. He's a good dude. And full disclosure, I've been using his products for a while now. I actually switched to, not to endorse a product, but I use it, and they're clean.
Well, I'll just open it. It smells good. Yeah.
His website says, "We aren't new to this. We're true to this."
Oh,
so you could still.
I was just about to say, that might be my New Year's resolution.
So he wants to have, he wants guys to have access to products made of natural oils and other ingredients, and no irritants like drying alcohols and other chemicals like that really sort of mess up your hair.
That's a great he made it.
We could be a he made it, right?
Jill Martin, where are you?
He's good looking enough.
You're a mess. All right, coming up next, it is Superfood Friday, and we always love it when Jill tells us to eat more. So she's supersizing our dinner, including chicken parm. She'll show you how to do that today. And fresh off her Plaza performance, we're going to catch up with Becky G about the inspiration for her upcoming album, a very exciting career milestone, and much more.
She's going to sing another song, too.
That's right.
We'll be right back. know what time it is?
What time is it?
It is time for Superfood Friday, and this week we are supersizing some classic dishes by making them not only healthier, but bigger.
Bigger.
Yes.
And better.
Bigger.
So we have our nutrition and health expert, Joy Bauer, with us. Good morning.
Hey, Joy.
And we're starting with a good burger.
Yes. Okay, so this is the before. It's a standard burger, and it looks so
It does.
tasty.
That looks really good.
But we could actually poof up the volume and deliver more nutrition and flavor. Drum roll.
Drum roll.
Come on, Al. Drum roll.
Drum roll.
Boom.
What'd you
By
put?
adding
Oh, yeah.
a grilled portobello mushroom cap.
yeah.
And when you think about it, it's the perfect size, right? It's circular. It fits snugly right on top of the patty. You could put all your fixings on it.
Yep.
You get double the eating experience, but for more nutrition, more fiber, and more flavor, I think.
No, it's fair.
You don't even know it's there either.
It's like portobello perfection.
I like that,
I love
Joy.
this one, yeah.
I love grilling some sausage at a barbecue.
Yeah, so we're tackling the sausage now. Of course, the nutritionist in me wants to say this is a poultry sausage. But no matter what type of sausage it is, I am going to magically turn this into two. And it's basically a trick on a stick.
Abracadabra.
Boom!
Oh, sausage kebabs.
What you do here is you slice up your sausage, whatever sausage you have, you're gonna split it between two skewers and then alternate it with whatever large vegetable chunks you have. And it's really like a win-win, right? You're showering your body with antioxidants and vitamins and minerals, but you also get a more fulfilling and satisfying eating experience.
You're right, Joy.
Boom.
I see that and I'm like,
Love
we should
that.
do that.
That's
Yeah,
great.
and it's so easy. And by the way, you can use any vegetables that you want and any marinade that you want. You know, there's no wrong turn. You like it?
I do like
Really
that.
good. You put it on the. Where did
That's
you have
easy
it,
to
Susan?
make.
On the grill.
On the
You
grill.
can do
Do
this on the
that.
grill. But you can do an indoor or an outdoor grill.
Now, Joy, here's the thing. I take my coleslaw seriously.
Okay.
So I don't want you to...
I think I'm about to create a new viral thing.
Oh.
The other night, I needed something for dinner, and I didn't want to fuss, and I was tired and exhausted, so I opened up my fridge, and I saw that I had a mound of coleslaw.
Okay.
So what I then did was went to the store.
What I done did.
What
I went and did done. I'd be going to the store.
I haven't had my.
What I
And I went there and I said, what do you got for
what I
me?
done did?
What you got?
God, I'm so.
Keep going,
I haven't
girl.
had
You
any coffee
you
this
tell us what
morning.
you done did.
Joy Bauer just said what I
love
done
when Joy
did.
Bauer gets ethnic.
What I created
What you did?
was I took a rotisserie chicken, I shredded
Yeah,
the
girl.
meat, and I mixed it in with the coleslaw. So I'm calling this
my God.
crunchy chicken slaw.
That's what I'm talking about.
Would you stop?
Oh, my God.
And this works with any store-bought coleslaw or any homemade coleslaw. And it's so good. And basically what you've done is you've taken two everyday food items and you've created a protein-packed complete meal. Do you like that? Isn't that so great?
You take two and make it more.
Oh my God. This is delicious.
Here's the
It's a
thing.
thing. It's a thing. Crunchy chicken slaw.
I like what you done did here.
Oh my God, I could
I
not.
like what you done did.
Show us what's up.
I'm canceled.
Joy, show us
No,
what
you're not.
you be doing.
Stop it.
Oh man, I love you guys.
Oh, my God.
So last but not least,
Chicken parm?
yeah, the beloved comfort food.
Okay.
I'm taking on chicken parm. The first thing I'm going to say is instead of having a fried chicken parm, the easiest thing that you could do to sort of healthify it is to order it grilled, unbreaded with all the saucy, cheesy
Will
goodness.
they do that?
They will. Any restaurant will do that.
They'll look at you funny.
No,
I didn't
they
know
won't.
you could do that. You're right, used to it.
And you could also do it in your home as well.
Okay.
But you could poof up the volume and then again incorporate a slew of nutrition by just layering on a mound of sautéed spinach underneath.
Oh,
And then
okay.
Popeye and your taste buds will be so happy, I'm telling you.
You snuck in the vegetables. there. I like that.
Yeah,
single thing
exactly. You
has
sneak
been
in the vegetables.
Delicious.
All winners.
Thank you. And you're not just saying that because you feel sorry for me because of these guys.
No.
Guys, over here. This is, it's like, you see, we're walking around with all of our plates here.
Yeah, yeah, and
This is so good.
I love the fact that these things are so easy.
Yeah,
very, very, easy
very,
to
very
do.
good and nutrient dense. So if you want more information, just head to
Well done, Joy. These are
today.com/food.
winners.
Thank you.
Delicious.
Hey guys, guess what? Becky G's coming back. We're going to catch up with her about changing the game as a young woman in the music industry and her first ever headlining tour. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Well, global superstar Becky G has taken over our plaza this morning, and it has been one heck of a Friday.
Yes, it has.
Singer, actress, activist, entrepreneur with 2 critically acclaimed multi-platinum albums, and just exclusively announcing on our broadcast the name of her next one, Esquinas. Esquinas, thank you. Her music already racking up 9 billion streams,
A lot of streams
worldwide, and she's done this at the ripe old age of 26.
Goodness gracious.
Old Becky, good morning.
Good morning,
It's so
guys.
great that you hung out. We thank you so much.
No, thank you.
So you got into show business, talent and ambition, but you didn't start off this way. You were out there working early to financially, like a lot of folks, help their families.
Absolutely, yeah, at a very, very young age. It's crazy to think about. I was 9 when I decided to pursue this professionally. Wow. But I'm one of four kids. I have my 2 brothers, Frankie and Alex, and then my baby sister, Stephanie. And then my mama, I know, they're the best. They're literally my best friends. But yeah, we're all so close in age, and I don't know how my parents did it, managing, especially me, wanting to do all these things and then having 3 other kids. And so, yeah, we did it. We did it.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you mentioned like wanting to get into it at 9. So you're 14. You signed your first major label deal.
Yep.
Now you're 20. As Al pointed out, you're the ripe old age of 26. As you look back over the last 12 years, is there something that you're most proud of? Something that really stands out?
I think just the fact that it's been that long and I still feel like I'm just getting started.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something really special about just the evolution throughout all these years, being so young, in social media, kicking things off on the internet, getting discovered, and then still feeling like I've got so much more to learn and I've got so much more to explore and to experience, in this life. So it's honestly, I think more inspired now than ever.
Well, what haven't you done yet that you want to do as you look ahead?
Oh, I've been so lucky. I mean, on the artistic side, I've gotten to collaborate with so many incredible artists throughout my career. I've gotten to travel the world. I think one thing that would be more fun would be to travel without having to do the artist thing. Because usually when you travel as an artist, you're seeing mainly like the inside of hotels and the venues.
Yes. Oh, that's a really good point.
Yeah, and I'm a foodie and I love coffee. So going on this U.S. tour is going to be really fun because I'm going to wake up in the bus in a new city every day and I'm going to go on food crawls and try tacos everywhere.
I was just about to ask you that. I mean, because listen, you talk about evolving. I mean, now, you're headlining your own tour.
Yeah.
Like, that's a moment.
It absolutely is. Like I said, going back to collaborating with so many artists, I've gotten to be the opening act for so many amazing artists, and they all just kind of really let me explore their stages and learn throughout these years that finally going on my own, I feel really, really ready.
I have a really good taco place here in New York City after this.
Ooh, tell me all about it.
Before we came on, you were talking about how this new album is inspired by your grandpa.
Yes.
And this regional Mexican music, and that it's for the 200%ers.
Yes.
What is that?
So I think there was a clear moment in my head that I remember where I decided I don't want to be 50-50. That doesn't really do justice to what I experience as far as pride goes for where I come from. And where I come from is I was born and raised in Inglewood. I'm an LA girl, but I'm also Mexican and very proud to be. And I got to be live on La Esquina of those cross streets of 2 flags, 2 cultures, 2 languages. And it really has shaped me to be the person that I am today. And I think that, the American dream didn't necessarily start off as a dream. There's a lot of sacrifice, a lot of pain, and a lot of us, mixed ethnicity kids, we genuinely carry so much more than just our own dreams.
That's good.
And so this album for me was kind of like a love letter to my grandparents.
I love that.
To my culture, and then also to the next generations to know it's never too late to learn about our roots and to celebrate them.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
One of the things that's fairly obvious about you pretty quickly is you're only 26 years old, but it's like you've got this 6-year-old wisdom in a 26-year-old body.
And then I like a 6-year-old sometimes.
But you're such an old soul, and it shines through. We were talking about your late grandfather and the impact that he had, not just on you personally, but on your music as well. Tell me about that. How has he impacted your music?
Yeah, so the anniversary of his passing is actually coming up this September, and he was a huge catalyst as to why I thought it was the time. It was always a dream of mine, and it was always something we had spoken about, all 4 of my grandparents. And they would always tell me, you know, ¿Cuándo la música regional, mija? ¿Cuándo viene? ¿Cuándo viene? And I would dabble in all kinds of things. I even did like K-pop, Spanish fusion.
Why not?
And my grandparents are like, come on, mija, what is it coming?
I know. Bring it to us.
Finally, I was like, you know, I feel like it really is time. And I started this project literally, I want to say about 2.5 years ago. And when he passed, I was like, I got to hone in on this. I got to really just dedicate myself to it. And yeah, now it's going to be for the world very soon.
You know, when I noticed today, you were going to sing another one, but you were singing on the plaza. And we have, cops for miles, right? And you were performing that last song. And I looked up, and the officers were like,
yeah.
You know, it's just like it's just infectious. Like, so congratulations.
You were here
so
10 years ago. You
Yeah.
sang Shower, and then you did it again here, full circle. So great having you
So
here.
thankful for those moments. Thank you.
Thank you. Tickets for Becky G's tour are on sale now, and her new album,
Esquinas. Yay.
Esquinas, that's right, is out this fall. Stick around. Becky's going to perform one more song just for us, third hour today.
I love it.
Y eso que
She is a multi-platinum artist who has been in the spotlight since she was just 9 years old.
Here with the hit that just won the Latin American Music Awards Song of the Year,
it's Becky G with Mommy.
yo te di mi corazón, lo pisaste con tu ego. Ya sé que fui mucha mujer y no lo viste por ser ciego. Salud, mami. Lo que no sirve que no estorbe, te metiste a todo el por torpe. Te quedó grande este torque, ya no estoy pa' que de mí te enamores, baby. Sin visa ni pasaporte, mandé tu falso amor de vacaciones. ¿Cómo? Nunca vuelvas, que todo se te devuelva. No, de lo que me hiciste si no te acuerdas. No me vuelvas a llamar, que hasta boté el celular. De lo tóxico que eres se volvió perjudicial. Lo que se va, conmigo no te equivoqué. Tóxico, así yo, mami, no te quiero ver más. Llegué pa'l party, saca la botella, la que te quería, no sé quién es ella. Te dejé el review, no te puse en la estrella. Y te olvidé porque no dejaste. Ya no miro para atrás ni pa' parquearme. Tengo uno que está listo pa' llevarme. El segundo está esperando en el hotel. Y de cero lo conozco esta noche. No me llames que mi número cambié. Y si quieres que te lo dé, llama un 800 ¿cómo? No sé si me escuchaste. No me llames que mi número cambié. Y si quieres que te lo dé, llama un 800 ¿cómo? No me vuelvas a llamar. Conmigo no te equivoques, no te quiero ver más. Ay, yo lo lamento, tus ganas de volver murieron en el intento. Lo hiciste ver como que perdiste el tiempo. Quedaste bien porque lo mío ni lo cuento. Te veo en la red, no puedo creer lo que pena de ti. Yo que fui buena y tú que gonorrea pagándome así. Rata de dos patas, lo digo Paquita, un animal rastrero que se come todo lo que se atraviesa. Diablo, tú eres un cuero. No digas te quiero, mejor ser sincero. No digas te amo, eso fue en vano. Llorando estaba tú y como no te salí. Anda comiendo otra, pero está pensando en mí. No me vuelvas a llamar, que hasta boté el celular de los tóxicos que eres. Lo que se va, conmigo no te equivoques. Tóxico que no te quiero ver más.
Becky G, everyone, the third hour today. We'll be right back.
You ready for a special edition of our Start Today Walker Shoutouts tomorrow? International Dog Day, so we asked some of our walking community to show us their furry walking buddies. Okay, first up, we've got Sue in Massachusetts who hits the road with her good boy Stanley.
Stanley!
All right, next we've got Paige with her golden doodle Denver. Goes everywhere with her. Paige in Denver! All right, Janet and Erica love going for walks with their dogs, Hannah and Bambo.
That's Erica Lovins.
Oh, that is
Erica.
I
know her.
Assistant director, RAD.
She started by
Steve from New York walks every day with his sweet pooch, Maggie. Stephen.
Maggie.
And finally, we got Deborah. She says she walks with 5 poodles every morning all year long. Deborah! That's right, rained so much she stepped into a poodle. Thank you to all our walkers and for sharing your furry friends with us. Join our Start Today community. Scan the QR code to sign up our newsletter or head to today.com/today. And we've got a special group in here. Hey, come on. Matt Greenfield and his son Nathan. Hey, he's a little shy.
Tomorrow's Nate's 5th birthday.
Happy birthday, Nate.
Next week, we've got Darius Rucker.
Nate's going to celebrate by running away.
All right.
But Greenie, do you want to come talk to us?
What? No, run away, Greenie. Run away.
Happy birthday,
Have
Nate.
a good weekend.
Bye-bye. Nate's like, no.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Nate's like, no.
I love it. There they are.
Oh, yeah, that's a good move.
is a feel-good Friday. You'll meet the young TikTok sensation whose Broadway dreams have come true. Plus, we'll celebrate 3 moms and their daughters who are all nurses at the same hospital. And a sweet surprise for a cherished college security guard who goes above and beyond to make students feel at home.
So get up. It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
Get up.
It all starts
right now. So get up.
Welcome in. It is August the 25th. We hope you're feeling good.
It's Friday, y'all.
It's not just a regular Friday. It's a feel-good Friday.
The whole show today is about how to feel joyful and happy and at peace.
You know, it's funny. There are all those quotes out there that say life isn't really defined by your circumstances, but by how you react to them.
Yes.
Some things are horrible, no
Yeah.
question. And so how you react is one thing. But a friend once told me this, and I never forgot it. She said, life is full of exclamation points. Either ones that are like, you got the job, you're pregnant, she said yes, you know,
Yeah.
all those. And then it also has an equal share of things that are bad exclamation points, you know,
Yeah.
he's gone, you know, all those things, you know, just loss, divorce, we're splitting up,
Grief.
all those.
Yep.
Yeah. But in the middle is most of life.
Yes.
And they say, if you are happy on a random Wednesday, because life isn't defined by the
No.
best or the worst
and it's
days.
to find the joy in the tedious,
Yes.
right? To find the joy. And it's, you know, sometimes I feel like we all do this, but sometimes I'm like, oh gosh, you know, nap time.
Yeah.
How much
Yeah.
longer till I can go to bed? And I'm tired of doing that.
God, that's
because it's here we are at the end of August.
Yes.
Like we want the
Summer
summer to
right.
stretch.
Right, we want to get those.
And life.
I agree. How many times have we all said the same thing? As soon as my child starts walking, it's going to, as soon as I can get them through school, as soon as, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I can hit retirement, as soon as I'm going to, and then all of a sudden you realize, like, here I sit, I was wishing all these things passed
Yes.
quickly so that I could get to this place.
Yes. And
where
then are you truly happy? Maybe
and then
not.
maybe or maybe not. So it's just like, you know, it's a challenge though to be like, I'm here. My kids are this age. I'm in this place.
But I think, like, you know, you were talking about some cool things that happened with your kids. And I said, did you write it down? Because I think to really delight in little conversations that your children are having or crazy things that your kids say that are totally inappropriate, but also hilarious. You want to be able to live in that joy. You
Yes,
know?
and to revisit it, because I've looked back at my journals and laughed, said, oh my God, I forgot they said that, or I forgot Hope said that, or Haley.
My dad actually wrote me, texted me and said, because my grandmother once wrote us both a very mad letter.
Ooh.
She was mad at my behavior because I was playing tennis, but I was acting sort of like I do. And then my dad thought it was hilarious, so he was cheering me on.
Oh,
and he
egging
said,
you on.
do you still have that letter? And of course, years ago when I opened it hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
I got in trouble. We all know that feeling of getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I think you told me to throw it away. So he said, don't worry about it, throw it away.
Yeah, throw it away.
And he said, because I was just reliving it with his sister, my aunt. He said, Doro and I were just reliving it, and we were laughing so hysterically I couldn't speak. And he said, I wish you had it so I could do an interpretive reading. And I think they're even
Saving it,
Yeah,
like
save
saving
it.
the little
even
thing.
the things that kind of hurt in the moment.
Yeah.
If you can really cherish them.
Yeah.
Because it teaches you something, but also some things that hurt will be the things that you laugh at later.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a recent study published in the Journal of Nonverbal Behavior. It said
That's a journal.
Yeah, it is. Researchers found that our laugh can change depending on romantic interest in somebody.
Or probably just relationship too.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
of
we know
course-
that laughter is one of the things that
Yes, draws you in. And of course, people go over the top with hysterical laughter on lame jokes on first date because you're like, you are so funny. But if you're saying you're so funny and while you're laughing, it's probably
usually
not
true.
Yeah.
Do you have a difference between your fake laugh and your real laugh? I think I can hear it right now.
Yeah. You've seen my real laugh many times
Yes.
because I can hardly contain myself. I can't even look at you. That's my favorite
Isn't that the
kind of
best
laugh.
feeling
I
ever?
know. I love that.
That laughing till your stomach kind
Till
of
you
hurts.
yes, till you could almost crying.
Crying.
Like you have to let it release.
It's so good.
do you have that with
I have that. I mean, I have it as.
Do you have it with Henry?
I have it with Henry.
Yeah.
But I am also not that easy to laugh, which I'm okay with.
Yeah.
And I think I probably faked a laugh or two with
Of
him.
course, yeah.
But I also just think it's like,
Polite
to not make somebody feel bad when they try.
Right, and also senses of humor are different. Some people you can die laughing, and you're like, "This is the funniest person." And you meet them, you're like, "I didn't think they were so funny." Like you have a totally different vibe.
We have the same sense of humor.
Yeah, we do.
Which
I
is
know.
helpful. Coming up next, the young boy who was born on Broadway.
Oh, you're going to meet the viral sensation who's living out his dream. Coming up right after this.
Okay, folks all across the internet fell in love with 11-year-old Nathan Broxton after he became a social media sensation for his dramatic performance of Naughty from the musical Matilda.
Okay, soon after he went viral, Nathan got to live out his Broadway dreams with his entire family right here in New York City. It was truly the adventure of a lifetime for this soon-to-be star. Check it out.
In the slip of a boat, there's a tiny river.
Nathan Broxton is a show tune singing sensation. Videos of the 11-year-old belting out Broadway hits have made him into a viral star. His backseat performance of Naughty from Matilda has racked up more than 1 million views and counting across his mom Samantha's social channels. Leslie Odom Jr., Tony Award-winning star of Hamilton, even responded to Nathan's performance of Wait For It. This is conviction, and I love to see it. On this trajectory, he'll eclipse me in no time.
This one tweet means so much to me.
The Broadway community has thrown its support behind Nathan, too. So with all this newfound internet fame, Delta reached out to Nathan and his family with an invitation to fly them cross-country from California to New York City to see his very first Broadway musical. So from the backseat to the bright lights of Broadway, Nathan was in store for an epic adventure.
I'm outside the MJ Musical Theater. I'm very excited to see what's in store, and yes.
First stop, an all-access backstage tour of the Neil Simon Theater with 3 of the kid stars of MJ the Musical.
Welcome to MJ! Good morning, my brother.
This is what we see every day. I never realized that this is how it looks from the stage point of view, and this is incredible, amazing. Oh! I can't do that. I can't do what you guys can do.
To have the rest of the world get a chance to really see and experience the joy that he has and the talent is pretty remarkable.
The people that come up here and do this every day and put in this work in front of this many people, that is incredible.
This is our best singer.
Oh, shoot. This is our wardrobe room. You want to try it on? Do you feel the power? Enjoy the show, man. Enjoy it.
Then it was showtime.
Have a great night. Thank you. This is my first ever Broadway musical, so.
All the way down.
beyond my wildest imagination. It was powerful. It was amazing. I loved it.
But the night was far from over. A special meet and greet with the whole cast was arranged.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes, very much.
To create space for humans to tell stories so beautifully with your voice and your body and your spirit and your ingenuity. Thank you for welcoming us.
Thank you. The fun continued for Nathan all weekend long with an out-of-this-world lineup of musicals including Wicked, The Lion King, Aladdin, and Hamilton. Truly a Broadway weekend fit for a future star.
Oh, we love Nathan.
The best.
By the way, guess what? He was in his first full-stage production of Little Mermaid Jr. a few months ago. He's also auditioned for some major shows, for some commercials, and he's even landed his first paid acting
He
gig.
will be a star.
You knew it.
Nathan, we love you.
Yeah.
Just ahead, how one hug can change someone's life. We'll share the surprise reunion between two friends who share a very special bond after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, it's a Feel Good Friday, and this is a story that'll make you have all the feels. It's a surprise reunion between two dear friends.
Okay, our viewer Deborah Rushing wrote to us to honor her friend Helen Boyd, who she calls her angel. But here's the thing. They only met once in person 8 years ago. So we came up with a ruse to help Deborah reunite with Helen. Let's take a look. Helen is here today. As you can see, she's backstage. She has no idea that Deborah is here.
Yeah.
Helen thinks she's coming on our show to talk about how she helped encourage another friend, Chris, to start a candle making business. But she is in for a surprise. She's about to find out while she's really here.
I love this. All right, let's take a look at Deborah's story and how one hug from Helen transformed her life.
I wrote into the show to honor my good friend and mentor, Helen Boyd. 8 years ago, I was downtown at Forsyth Park. That morning was a very difficult morning for me. I was in a relationship that was truly not healthy. I left the house and I took a seat on the bench. I was very troubled by what had taken place in my life and the situation that I was involved in. I was at a very low point. I felt like I just was lost and I needed help. When I'm sitting on that bench, and as I looked up, I saw Miss Helen standing in front of the fountain in front of me, looking at me. I knew that from the moment I looked at her, that there was something very special about her. There was just no way somebody could appear just dropping out the sky in front of me like that. She walked over, she gave me a hug, I needed that hug. I hadn't had a hug in a long time. She took time, an hour and a half, to sit with me on a bench and listen to me talk. I thought, how could God send me somebody so wonderful in a time of need? When Helen walked away, I felt like a brand new person. I felt 100 pounds lighter. I changed my relationship. I moved. Things were still hard. I had to start all over, and not knowing what you were going to do, where you were going, and how things were going to work out. I have come a very long way since that day 8 years ago. I am happy, I'm peaceful, and I'm joyful. I've only met Helen one time, and that was in the park. So we have just maintained and built this relationship over the telephone. Now, more than anything, I want to see her face to face so that I can thank her and see her and just hug her and let her know how much I love her and grateful that she is in my life. I am just so excited. It's all I can do to contain myself, and I can't wait to share my joy.
Yes! All right, Helen, come on out! Look at you! Oh my God! You are real. You're not just my angel. It's so good to see you. It's so long. So long.
Yeah, come help.
You're prettier than your pictures.
Come sit with us, you beautiful ladies. Hi, Helen.
Hi. I want a Helen hug.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh, hi, Helen.
Oh, this is so good.
Come sit next to Deborah. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so you probably realize you're not here to talk about candles. But what does it feel like to see each other again?
Oh my God, you know, it's a blessing. That day when I saw her, because I was with a friend that was doing, she sings gospel songs, and she was wanting to do a photo shoot out there at the park. And then I told her, hold on a minute, and she went on, and then I said, I see this woman over there. I said, I gotta go to her. And I just came up on her, she didn't know where I came from. And I seen that she was just really the stray of something was going on with her. And I just told her, it's gonna be okay. Yeah. I said, you know, I'm a friend and I can help you through this. Even though I'm from Atlanta and she's in Savannah, I'm gonna take your number. And for all these years, I've been coaching and talking to her, inspiring her, and she looks, Deb looks so great now. I mean,
oh my God.
Her story, but it's a movement. And she needed someone to come into her life at that time. And I was placed there at that time.
Oh, wow. Deborah. What about for you? Yeah, you finally have your moment, 8 years waiting.
I know you've been wanting this.
Yeah.
It has. It's all I wanted to do was to look her in the eyes and to hold her hand and give her the biggest hug and thank you from the bottom of my soul for everything. I know. You have taught me so much about positivity and how we can go along, how faith we can grow it. And we've got to give thanks to God because she was my angel sent to me.
Yeah.
She was.
And it's the power of one person seeing somebody in need and doing something about it.
Right. Not walking past and saying, I should have stopped.
Stop.
You were called and you went right there.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. Yes.
We want y'all to have more time, though, to catch up in person.
We sure do.
Yes.
So we have something special for you. We have a car waiting outside because immediately after the show, you're going to go to lunch at the beautiful Parkers at Thompson Central Park.
It's a beautiful restaurant.
Y'all are going to go there
Y'all can
have a
catch up.
lunch and be together.
It's a sunsplash day for you. Oh, you guys, thank you so much for sharing this beautiful moment with us.
You've just moved so many people to always do good.
Oh my gosh, don't you love those two?
Love them.
Okay, so after that reunion on our show, Deborah and Helen got to catch up over lunch, and then they spent even more time together
down in Savannah where they first met.
Yeah, they sat on that bench. How beautiful is that? What a beautiful friendship.
All right, coming up next, guys, 3 nurses whose friendship has turned into a sisterhood.
Okay, now they're all working alongside their daughters. We're going to share their unbelievable story after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
There's almost nothing more special than the bond between mothers and daughters. So it was a real treat when we caught up with 3 moms working side by side with theirs.
Okay, they are all nurses at the same hospital, Riley's Children's Health. It's in Indianapolis. And together they are redefining what it means to be a family. Take a look.
I'm Melissa Kiesling.
And I'm Catherine Kiesling.
I'm Peggy Payne.
And I'm Sydney Payne.
I'm Pam Finley.
And I'm Lily Finley, and we're registered nurses at Riley Hospital for Children.
I'm just kind of checking in with everybody. Have a great team I work with. We've worked together for many years.
I've worked with Melissa and Peggy close to 30 years. And you can't go through the things that we've gone through and not have a special bond.
Us 3 in particular were all pregnant about the same time.
That was 1995. Lily is the oldest of the 3 girls, and then Catherine is the youngest.
So we all have daughters about the same age.
Yeah, it was fun.
These are the new cats.
I never thought that they'd be working beside us. It just happened. Part of it was when Lily had cancer when she was in college, and she was a patient here at Riley. Several of my colleagues would come to see her. She just was treated so well by the nurses that took care of her that I think she wanted to give that to other families.
I remember the care I got here, and when I had surgery here, the nurses were so comforting and understanding and made me feel safe, even though I had no idea what was gonna come from it. I had no idea if I was even gonna live. There was, 100+ tumors they took out of my neck that day. I truly understand what it's like to get devastating news and you don't know what's gonna happen. And one of the things about the job that I find most rewarding is being able to be there for not only the patient, but those families. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Kat and I both started as techs and then nursing students on our unit. We didn't find out until later on that we were friends in utero. To know that our moms have started out doing this together, and then to have somebody who's kind of walked a very similar path as you, it's been amazing.
Not only do I have my mom, but I have Melissa and Peggy who always are checking up on me and giving me hugs, making sure that I have everything I need.
Growing up, my mom was always doing things for other people. And I've always tried to model that in my behavior, and I've always really admired her, and looked up to her, and So to feel like I'm kind of following in her footsteps and making her proud makes me feel really good.
Hey, sweetheart.
She's super mom, super nurse.
Well, I don't know about that.
There's good days and there's bad days in this job, especially these units. Everyone trusts you and everyone knows that you're there to help them and you make everyone a priority.
How many patients you guys have? I'm very proud of Catherine and what she's doing. This makes me very happy to know that she's part of my work family.
I didn't realize how badass nurses are. You wouldn't believe how much they can do.
My favorite part of working with her is to walk over onto another unit and be able to give my mom a hug. It's been really, really awesome.
Nursing's tough, especially starting out. Especially after 30 years too, it's always tough. So
It's always tough.
Having those friends and people you call family to lean on is really special.
We sat down with Melissa, Catherine, Peggy, Sydney, Pam, and Lily when they stopped by our studio, and we had a surprise in store for them. Check it out.
We do have a surprise for you. You've touched a lot of people's lives, and a few of them wanted just to say thank you. Take a look.
We spent almost a year in the CBICU at Riley Hospital with the most amazing nurses.
We have spent countless hours in the Riley Heart Center. They were our home away from home.
She was at Riley for over 300 days due to complications from a heart and lung defect.
When I was 9 months old, I had a heart transplant. My nurses helped me get better.
We have had the privilege of having all 6 of you as nurses at one point, and you have made profound impacts on Junior and my family's lives.
We just celebrated 8 wonderful years with Sawyer's Hero Heart, and we know that it's thanks to the hero nurses at Riley that we get to have these moments. Peggy in particular was an angel on earth.
I know you're all family, but thank you for making us part of your family.
We love you and we can thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
We love our Riley nurses. Thank you, I love you.
We have a bunch of Kleenex. You don't always get to hear from patients and their parents. How does it feel to hear that?
I mean, a lot of times we don't get to see them after they go home, and I remember taking care of them, and you know, it's just so special to see that they're doing well.
Well, y'all are heroes.
You guys, that's amazing. How beautiful.
You're our heroes.
And in addition to that, we got to surprise them with a special spa day for some R&R thanks to Massage Envy.
And exciting news from Pam. She retired at the end of July after working 45 years as a nurse.
Oh, wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Coming up next, the college security guard who's so beloved, she's become a viral sensation.
Oh, get ready to meet Miss Val right after this.
It was graduation day, and these college students are lined up to say goodbye to someone very special, their beloved security guard, Miss Val.
Hello. I'm here. I got you. Listen.
Thank you, guys. Y'all better come back to see me. I love you guys.
We love you, Miss Val.
Oh my God. Okay, that was the viral video of Valerie Baxter, known as Miss Val. She's on the campus of High Point University, where she is obviously a cherished member of that community.
I mean, think about how many lives she's changed. And we were in for a treat when Miss Val showed up here in our studio with us. And we got one of her famous hugs. But little did Miss Val know, we had a surprise in store for her, too. Take a look.
When we watched the hugs, those were real. Those were someone who knew, that's someone who knew you, who connected with you. What is it that you do to the kids, with the kids, that makes that connection?
I show up.
Yeah?
I just show up.
Yeah.
And I let God do the driving.
Let God do the driving.
And over the years, I've been there almost 12 years now. And over the years, I just run into all these kids, man, and it's like love at first sight.
You know what I think is incredible, and I said this before you came out, but the light that you shine to all these kids, you make them feel safe and seen and enough. And you do way more than just what your job description would read.
Oh,
what do they mean to you?
It means that I get back what I give out. And I like to show them love, and that no matter what it is, it's gonna be okay. You know, with this particular class, it was one of the most touching because they came right in the midst of the COVID.
Yeah.
Right in the midst of it in 2020. So 23 was their really first real year to be out.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
And so they persevered and they kept coming, and the campus transformed beyond my wildest dreams. I saw the campus transform to accommodate these kids and keep them there the entire 4 years, and it was absolutely amazing.
I feel like you're a listener. I mean, what is it? Are they telling you what's going on inside them, or is it just
that
you're-
too?
Yeah, all of it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that too.
And you have a grown daughter yourself.
I do.
And her name is Tamika.
Tamika, yes.
Yeah. And
Yes,
so
that's my baby.
Oh, there
look at
she
your
is.
Beautiful daughter.
How exciting has it been for her to watch
she
you?
is my biggest fan.
Yeah.
She is my biggest fan.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And-
She says, and you've said being there for these kids has also been healing for you in many ways.
Absolutely.
How?
She's just been there throughout all my work career and everything. Like a couple times I was featured in the campus magazine. And, oh, Mom, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
You've been healing these kids, but I feel like you're getting healed too.
Yes.
How are they healing you?
Just by giving me back what I give to them. Always. I mean,
it's simple, isn't it? Life is simple.
It really is.
It's not so complicated.
Really is.
There's been so many parents, too, who just appreciate you. I want to read some of these comments to the video. Love you, Val. Thank you for always loving up on my girl and watching out for her. You're a blessing. Here's another one. She gave this mama some peace of mind and was there all the way through. Another one. As a parent, she warms my heart every single time we come to see our daughter. You're a mom. What does it mean that you can give these parents some peace of mind?
Security. And that's what we offer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Cobain, the president of High Point University. Thank you. Because the security blanket at that university is far beyond what I've ever seen in my entire life.
Can I say, you're giving them security, and then you're giving them something else.
God.
Something else. What the parents are talking about, protecting them, that's one thing. But what they're describing here is more than that.
Yes.
They call you a blessing.
Loving up.
Loving
Taking
up.
care. There's security and there's multiple ways to give it, right? Well, we want to tell you one more thing.
Yeah.
We have a little something for you, okay? We think you could use a little vacation.
A break.
A little break.
Why not?
So thanks to Apple Vacations, you're going to Cancun,
Check
Mexico.
it out.
You and a guest. Guests are getting a 5-day, 4-night stay at Azul Beach Resort in Riviera, Cancun.
Come on.
You're going to be sitting poolside
Get
in
your
your bikini.
bikini.
Wow. All inclusive.
Crowd, you hear that?
exclusive, full amenities, top of the chain restaurants,
Round trip airfare. You're getting it all. I mean, you got to decide who you're going to take. Don't decide now because you don't want to declare it if you're not sure.
I know who I'm taking. What about Tamika?
Yeah, you'll figure out who to take.
Yeah, we love you.
Miss Val, thank you.
This is Prowler. Prowler goes with me everywhere I am on campus.
Yeah.
And I put him outside the post, and the kids know which post I'm at when they come in and see
They
it.
look for you. Oh, my gosh.
The best.
Oh, Miss Val has become quite the celebrity. Prospective students have even asked to meet her when they're touring campus, and 2 NBC staffers who are High Point alumni made sure to snap this photo with Miss Val in our green room.
She's the most popular person around. Coming up next, the New Orleans baker who went from homelessness to hopefulness and found that life is full of sweet surprises. Coming up after this. Back now with our series, Changing Chapters. And recently, our good friend Karen Swenson brought us the powerful story of a New Orleans woman who found the courage to turn her life around.
She took a leap of faith and followed a new passion that has given her a second chance. Take a look.
Is it difficult to make this walk?
1 block is over 3 years of work and grace.
This moment for Martha Gilreath has been years in the making.
Where did you live?
Right on that side, right by these columns, is where I'd usually stay.
So this is your roof.
It's dark and it's kind of chilly and it's dismal.
After years of addiction and homelessness, Martha is finding gratitude in this second chance.
It's surreal. A lot of it was really, really rough and ugly, and it just gets more beautiful every day now. My childhood was unbelievable, and I have 5 siblings. My parents have been married 43 years. We always had fun, and there was so much love.
Someone hearing that would wonder, what happened?
I thought people that were alcoholics or addicts came from a certain background. Girls like me who went to Cotillion and went to a good high school don't end up like that. And the truth is, this thing that I have, it doesn't care. It started, someone had some cocaine in a party, and I thought, this is fun, and it was scary, and it was exciting. Eventually, that progression looks like, for me, going to harder drugs and violence and homelessness and jails and hospitals. I was in active addiction for 16 years.
And then at some point, you wake up living under the bridge.
It's the scariest, because you're never safe.
When did you make that decision where I'm willing to put in that work? I'm gonna turn it around.
I think that the willingness to put in the work and then a moment of grace have to align. I called my friend, Jessie, and I asked her if I could come home. I cannot live like this anymore.
In December of 2019, Martha entered into a recovery center in Charleston, South Carolina, and that's where everything changed.
Food for so long for a lot of us is survival. And so when people start to get sober and they start to enjoy food again. There was a kid there turning 21 in rehab. Someone had told me that he loved cheesecake. So I'm like, I'll make a cheesecake. You know, I can figure that out. And then I see him with his new friends and he is smiling. After watching this kid enjoy the cake, I'd never had any direction. I'd never followed anything through. And I said, I'm gonna go to culinary school.
So Martha returned to New Orleans in September of 2020 and received a scholarship to Noki, the New Orleans Culinary and Hospitality Institute, just 1 block from where she once lived underneath the bridge.
It was very scary, but also it required all of the same things that sobriety requires of me. Following direction, patience, taking your time, doing it someone else's way.
And it was through baking where Martha thrived. Defying all odds, she graduated as valedictorian of her class.
When you look at who she's become in the kitchen and out, what do you think?
Pride. I'm really, really proud of her and really excited for her and not too surprised, honestly. It's everything that's inside of her that's come out.
In the years since graduation, Martha has become an executive chef at a local restaurant and has started her own pop-up bakery called Nolita.
We're gonna do a play on a morning roll. Beautiful color, and it's really
goodness.
fragrant.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
And one of the chefs that has always inspired Martha is restaurateur and Food Network host Guy Fieri.
He's about bringing joy. He wants to make people's experiences and lives better, all around food.
And Guy had a special message for Martha.
Chef Martha, your buddy Guy Fieri here. You are a warrior. You have been through it all. And to just think that I make you happy and I make you smile, that you love food and enjoy it the way I do, well, my sister from another mister, I look forward to meeting you. I make it through New Orleans. I'm coming to Nolita. I'll be looking for you.
Whew. A lot of surreal things have happened to me lately, but that's at the top of the list. Whew. Thank you for that.
What's next for you?
I don't know. And I think that's the exciting part. One day, I hope Nolita becomes brick and mortar. What food does for us is its service to making memories. And so if someone could come in Nolita and then 10 years from then say, well, that's where my dad used to take me. I just want to keep being hopeful and grateful. If there are any parents watching, I just want them to know that their babies can still come home. There is always hope.
After sharing her story, Martha says she receives so many messages full of joy and hope, and she has some exciting news. She's in the process of opening a brick and mortar store so that everyone can enjoy her sweet treats very soon.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. We wish her the best. We'll be back right after this. That's going to do it for this Feel Good Friday. Next week, we've got actresses Brooke Shields and Lala Anthony.
Yeah, also best-selling author Colleen Hoover.
Hardly speaks very often, but you've got a good interview with her, plus all kinds of fun and surprises.
Have a great weekend, y'all. Bye. woods this weekend, go ahead and check that picnic lunch off your summer bucket list.
We have just the guy to help fill your picnic basket. Matt Abdu is the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, and soon also to be in Long Island City and Palm Beach, Florida this fall. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We've got a lot of exciting things in the works. We're super excited to be back here, though. How cool is that?
See you and you're looking fit.
Thank you. We're working on all those good health things, you know, but trying to get there. But we got some beach snacks and lunches to bring today,
so what
right?
should we do? You say a crunchy chicken wrap is the way to go.
I'm a fan of chicken salad. I love chicken salad. And I know it's going to be contentious, but I also love grapes in my chicken salad.
with you.
Some people like it, some people don't. If you don't put them in. It's totally okay. But I also love making it with rotisserie chicken because it's like already done, it's already cooked. Who doesn't love rotisserie chicken? It's inexpensive, it's everywhere. So all we're going to do, we're going to really quickly just take some rotisserie chicken, break it down into the breast, the legs, the thighs, and we're just going to chop up the meat. There does not have to be anything sort of fancy. Just chop it up into little chunks or pieces, just like that.
Yep.
And then for the legs and thighs, just shred the meat. Really, really simple, really, really easy.
Okay.
Save the bones, because if you want to make soup later with it, you can put some water, carrots, onion, celery, make a really quick chicken stock, chicken broth.
Sure.
And then what we have here is all of our chicken
use your
meat.
bone. Yeah.
Super easy. Next, to cut our grapes, we're going to give this little trick that everyone loves.
This is a hack.
This is the great hack. You can use it for cherry tomatoes.
Should
You can
I
use
try
it with
or are you
grapes.
scared for me?
I'm not scared for you.
Wait,
Go
what's
for it.
about to
Think you can do
happen?
it?
So you put the grapes between two.
Two deli containers that holds them in place, and then you can just serrate, slice. Jenna, look at you, girl.
Look at that. Now
I am so impressed.
It cut in half.
Well
and that's
done.
smart.
Clean cut. I've
Well
never
done.
seen that. That's so cool.
That's a high five right there.
That's
great
a
work.
good hack.
You're sous chef. You're hired. All right. So now in our mixing bowl, we're going to take that rotisserie chicken meat, the whole chicken, everything we have. We're going to put it in our bowl with some plain old mayonnaise.
Of course.
And then to that, we're going to add just a handful of grapes or so, whatever we want in there. I got a little hot sauce, whatever your favorite one is.
Yum.
Some Dijon mustard. If you don't like Dijon, if it's too spicy for you, you can leave it out. You can put a little yellow mustard in there if that's what you want. Some freshly chopped parsley.
Wow.
Fresh lemon juice. I love bright citrus to the chicken salad. It gives it, kind of just wakes it up, brings all those flavors nicely together. Some chopped shallots. This can be sliced scallions if you don't have shallots. And again, some crunch. Chicken salad crunch wraps.
Yep.
We got some smoked pecans to crunch those grapes.
I thought you were going to put some chips up in there.
Well, we're getting there.
We're not
and
there
last
yet.
but not least, some chopped celery. So it's pretty much just standard chicken salad that we
look
love.
at that. That's
Get a little
beautiful.
bit of salt and pepper, mix it all together, and then we're going to slide down over here. And we're going to put it into our wraps. Now, these are great. Any sort of wrap is a great thing to bring to the beach, just because it's self-contained, they're easy to eat.
Yes.
And once all of our meat gets all mixed together, we're just going to take a good spoonful of it.
That's
We're going to put it right in the center of
thank you,
our
Jenna.
wrap. I have a spinach wrap here, but if you guys want tomato wraps or whole wheat wraps, whatever
This
you can
looks
find. But
incredible.
this is the kicker, guys. We're going to take some kettle cooked potato chips.
yeah.
We're going to crunch them up, put them right on top, and we're just going to wrap them up to give that extra crunchy effect to the wrap.
Oh, Matt.
And chicken salad crunch wraps, bring it to the beach, and you're
it's
good.
so good.
And you're good to go.
Okay, you pair this with your grandmother's
This is
eggplant.
Grandma Ruth's smoky eggplant puree. It's basically baba ganoush. It's one of the things that I grew up eating. I absolutely love it. You can make it, put it in a little deli container, put it in the cooler, bring it to the beach, bring some pita chips or potato chips or veggies, dip it in and go nuts. And any good beach plan has to have a sweet treat at the end.
What do we got?
And what's better than a Blondie bar?
Oh,
but these are
wait, I
beach
gotta move
Blondie
over to
bars,
that.
Pig Beach Blondie bars.
Let's do one of those,
So,
Jenna.
You can
Blondie
get these
bar.
at Pig Beach?
You can. They're on the sweets menu at Pig Beach right now. They're just basically a white brownie, guys. But in the middle of it, we have some butterscotch chips and white chocolate chips in there to really bring it all together.
Matt,
They're
this is
perfect
so
for bringing to the beach.
delicious.
Self-contained, easy, no mess.
By the way, how do you store these sandwiches so we don't ruin them?
So the best way to do it, guys, if you're going to make these sandwiches before you go to the beach, pre-make them without the chips, and then when you're ready, open them back up, put the chips in so the chips don't get soggy or stale.
Cream in the cooler.
That way they
throw 'em
stay
in.
nice and crunchy.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Every bite is great.
I'm having this for lunch.
To get these recipes, you can head to today.com/food. Matt,
Thank you
thanks.
so much, Matt.
Oh,
Congratulations.
love you guys. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah.
It's so great to be back in the plaza, everybody. We love it.
You're back.
Oh, this is so great. And we are going on a picnic, and I'm bringing a whole lot of delicious stuff, so I hope that you guys are showing up with your appetite. Okay.
For sure.
So I like to say
pasta salad is always
yeah.
good to bring on a picnic.
And everything is better with bruschetta. So that we're going to be making a bruschetta pasta salad, and you won't believe how easy it is. So here what I've done is I have, according to the package directions, just boiled and drained 4 cups of pasta. You don't want to do the whole box because I don't want to dilute the bruschetta. And here I have a plum or Roma tomato. You're going to dice about 5 of these, super small, and you can
Do you
see
like these
here.
because they're not as juicy? The juices don't run all
they're
over
not
the
as
place?
liquidy, but you can use any tomatoes that you have in your house. You do want to just drain some of the liquid out so that you don't dilute the flavors. So here I have 5 of them. I'm going to put this in. So Dylan, why don't you throw throw in that's just going to be red onion.
But tell us about the pasta because it's
This
not.
is good.
So this is a protein pasta. You could do a bean or lentil-based pasta. There's so many varieties out there. But truly, if you want to stick with a regular, that's minced garlic. Let's put that in.
minced garlic.
But how great
A little bit of salt, a little bit
So
of
don't kiss
pepper.
anyone after you
Yeah.
go on this picnic.
But except that they'll be eating it also.
That's
So it
true.
sort of neutralizes.
Garlic neutralizes.
And this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And the signature herb, this is going to be minced basil. And the more, the better. So you can mix that up.
Okay. Are we
And
putting this in too?
Oh, and that's balsamic vinegar. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Really good.
This is really good.
And then you could mix this up, Dylan, and you could put in the option for either shaved Parmesan or some of these pearl mozzarella. Yeah. And this is what it looks like. And you pop it in the fridge and let all those flavors mingle together. And I'm telling you, even the next day,
Tastes
it
so
becomes
fresh.
better and better.
so
Yes.
good. Yeah.
And it's light and it's filled with fiber, nutrition, and protein.
That's actually great pasta
Isn't that
too.
good?
that
It is really
it's-
good.
Like-
sit in
yeah,
a
that's a
picnic
protein
basket for a little
pasta.
while.
Yes, exactly.
These vegetables, sometimes, when you cook with vegetables, you get worried they're going to be too bland. How do you marinate them, and then how do you know when they're ready?
So this is one of my most favorite recent creations. It is a hearty veggie hero with pesto. And so what I start with here, let's do the marinade. So this is just apple cider vinegar. And you can also swap in champagne vinegar, balsamic vinegar, red wine vinegar. Now I'm putting in Italian seasoning. Jill, you throw in the salt and the pepper. And we whisk this up. And while you're whisking it, you're going to pour in some extra virgin olive oil so it'll emulsify. Yes. Now, I have my vegetables of choice for this sandwich. We have eggplant, artichoke, zucchini, red onion.
I love how you say it.
I know.
I get excited over vegetables.
Pour it right
And
over there, huh?
You pour it right over, you mix this up, you let it marinate. If you have the time for about 30 minutes. Then you put it out on baking sheets in a single layer, pop it in the oven at 400 and let it roast for about
roast it.
Yes, 20 to 25 minutes. Then you're ready to build. So here we have a shareable sandwich and I layer on the roasted, yummy, caramelized eggplant. So this is also loaded with fiber and nutrition. These are our zucchinis.
I love that there's red onion in there,
I
too.
have red pepper. I have artichoke
This
hearts.
is not going
I
to be
feel
a
like
so
it.
good.
Red onion. And then to take it over the top, guys, how's about this?
What is that?
Balsamic glaze.
Oh my goodness.
And we're not done. Some mozzarella, only if you want. You could keep it vegan if you choose.
Oh, my God.
Yummy.
And then last but not least, there's pesto in the name. So,
Pesto is the best.
and yes. Right, bruschetta is better and pesto is the besto.
I have to try
and then you put this over the top, you close your sandwich, you slice it up, and guys, nobody will be hungry.
Joy, this is
Everything about this
amazing.
sandwich
Is
is
this great?
perfect.
I
Yeah.
know.
And I don't like veggie sandwiches, but this is
This
perfect.
is like this might be one of the best veggie sandwiches I've ever
Me too.
tasted.
I'm
The
so
pesto
happy.
puts it over the top.
What's your technique to eat it?
We devoured it. You know what? You just dig in there. Look at this. You put this on top. Boom. I slice it into about 1 inch thick slices. I got to go in too.
This is so good. You know what I think it is? You roast the veggies. You don't miss meat. Like some people miss it.
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
Wow,
It's really good, yeah.
And
You don't miss
what?
the meat, you're right.
If anybody wants to like cut the carbs, just eat it open faced.
Yeah,
It's
this
so
is
easy.
delicious.
Well,
You need this recipe.
This is why we're so glad you're back.
Yeah.
You finally get to eat it. Joy, thank
I
you so
know.
much. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
us this morning to share some of her favorite summer-inspired recipes. Erin French, chef, owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine, the star of the Lost Kitchen on Magnolia Network. To cook these dishes couldn't be easier, folks. Scan the QR code to order all the ingredients with one click. Select add ingredients to cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. Erin, clearly the table is all...
Stop it.
Yeah.
So delicious.
So you've become quite the Today Show favorite pretty quickly.
Hey, it's easy with fried chicken.
Because here's the thing, the bar with fried chicken for a lot of folks is pretty high. This looks amazing. So walk us through the first step.
So the secret to this, this is a fennel fried chicken, which is just a little bit of a different twist on things. So it starts with the brine, and that's the real secret. So a brine is just gonna add flavor, it's gonna keep it juicy. So we just brine this overnight. It's got some fennel seed, it's got some black pepper, some bay leaves, some sugar, and then we cook it in the brine just to sort of...
cook it in the brine?
You let it sit overnight, and then you cook it.
Okay.
Just because you don't want to get that raw fried chicken when you're kind of moving along here. So it's already cooked, so you don't have to freak out. So you've got this all flavorful and ready to go. And then all you have to do is dredge and fry it. So Craig, if you just want to add in, this is some ground fennel. You
More
can just
fennel, okay.
Whisk it right in.
All right.
And that'll make it nice and flavorful.
And this is just regular flour here?
Regular flour.
Okay.
And then we're going to start to dredge. So
And you use the whole chicken?
we use the whole chicken, so
All right.
you can have your butcher break it down into about 8 to 10 pieces, and then you can just dredge it in the flour and the fennel, a little bit of buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
So we just keep adding flavors, you can see, and then we go down to this mixture, and this is just ground corn flakes. I just broke them up.
That's
in
it.
I wondered if
That's
it was
it.
oats or something. It's so crunchy.
That's the secret, and it's really cheap corn flakes. That's really
That's
the
it.
secret. Cheap corn flakes, a little bit of cornstarch, and a little bit of flour, and that's
Okay.
it. So it's nice and dredged, and then we can just drop it right in the fryer. If you don't have a fryer, you can put it in a Dutch oven with 375 degrees.
And you make a really good point about not overcrowding the fryer.
You never want to overcrowd the fryer because then you're bringing the temperature down. And if you want crispy fried chicken, you have to keep that temp up. So it comes out, look at it, it's perfect. And then
so good.
So good.
It's so good.
So-
And
It's light. This is the lightest fried chicken.
so juicy.
And what are you
then
topping that with?
I'm just sprinkling some fennel pollen on top
the
for a little
fennel
extra
is like,
flavor.
I mean, that's the kicker. It's so good.
And not overpowering. It's like a subtle little flavor throughout.
What is it about the fennel, Erin, that you like so much?
I just like that little extra flavor. It's not just plain fried chicken, a little fennel, and it tastes kind of summery.
Taste it.
But then you add this other sauce, and this makes it even more delicious.
It
so
does.
I love rhubarb. I'm crazy about
Rhubarb,
rhubarb.
okay.
So rhubarb, a little sugar, a little vinegar, and then we add in some strawberries. So you have a
goodness.
strawberry, rhubarb, sweet and sour that goes with your fried chicken.
And that's what you top it with.
That's what you top it with.
Oh my
You
gosh.
could also put it on
Some
shortcake and
nasturtiums.
make it dessert.
Shortcake.
It tastes so good.
Edible flowers.
And to go with your fried chicken?
This is
You
delightful.
got to finish with a lemonade. So this is just
You
a
keep
Thai
talking,
basil
I'm gonna eat the
lemonade.
chicken.
Thai basil lemonade. You just make a simple syrup, throw
you gotta
in
get
the
that
Thai
sauce,
basil.
too.
Get the sauce.
I don't
Get
need
the
the sauce.
sauce.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's what
even
you
need it.
think
Try the
until you
sauce.
taste the sauce.
Wait, what is that base that you just put in there?
Thai basil lemonade.
That's what it
We
is.
just top this in, and it's delicious, and
It's
it's just a little
basil.
bit different. Yes,
Erin,
basil.
this is
Ridiculous.
this is
beyond.
Need
and
lemonade
my mother's
as well.
fried chicken is wow. So this is on the menu at the restaurant?
Because
No, she's not watching. This is on the menu.
This is not on the menu, but maybe it should be on the menu.
should
This is
be.
like-
It
this
should
be on
definitely
everyone's
be on
summer
the
menus.
menu.
Wait, basil
Before-
and lemonade. Who knew?
Before we came on, I said, Erin, you've got to open another restaurant in New
what
York
did I
City,
say?
maybe in Connecticut. And what was your response?
No way.
Oh, not no way.
She said, and why did you, I think it's fascinating why you said no way.
Because there's just no way. One restaurant I feel like is enough. I feel like I have 4 children right
50,000
now.
requests a year.
About
And she's only open for
50,000
like
both
6
sides.
months. But what you said was, I'm in it for the love, not for the money.
Right.
Aw.
So that's another reason.
Well, we
to
can
go to
taste the love.
Yeah.
Erin French, thank you. Erin's going to come back in the third hour. We're going to make the
Yay.
fried chicken all over again. No, I'm kidding. We're going to make
Should.
something else. By the way, to buy these ingredients and these recipes and more from our sponsor, Walmart, scan the QR code, or you can do the old-fashioned way, today.com/todaytable. Just so you know, Today earns a commission from our purchases through our links. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
Happy
Choose
solstice.
indeed. Happy solstice. Cheers, Erin. got something special cooking this morning, folks. Anthony Porowski, one of the stars of the Emmy award-winning Netflix series Queer Eye. He's also a self-taught cook and a New York Times best-selling author. His latest cookbook is called Let's Do Dinner, and he is sharing one of his recipes for pasta salad. And who doesn't love a good pasta salad?
Yes. Hey.
Yes.
Especially for you, after all those steps
I know.
earlier today,
Need
we
the
need a
carbo
carbo
load.
load.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
you're starting with zucchini.
Yeah, how do you,
Yes.
so you marinate the zucchini?
Marinate zucchini, great way to sneak in those vegetables for those kids. It's green just like the pesto. So what I do is I just cut it really nice and thin. You can use a Y peeler, like that you would use for potatoes, just to get the slices really nice and
Or
thin.
mandolin?
Why? Why not? Or mandolin would be good, but just watch out for your
Oh, yeah.
fingers
Yeah.
for
Okay.
those. So, fast track, you got a bunch of them here in a bowl, and now we want to marinate these to kind of soften and mellow them out a little because they're a little intense and crunchy. So lemon juice, lemon zest, free ingredient that comes with the lemon, never waste it, it's good in anything.
Okay.
Almost anything. A little bit of olive oil.
That's simple.
Some salt. That's going to release some of the moisture. And let this sit for about 20 to 25 minutes. It's so worth it.
Okay.
And you don't have to wait because you're busy making other things.
So then once the zucchini marinates, are we going to make the pesto?
Pesto.
Okay.
So
And Anthony likes a bright pesto.
I love a bright pesto. Nothing makes me more sad. Well, maybe a couple of things do. Like if my dog is sick, but then like a brown pesto. So what I like to do is actually, if you put your blender canister in the freezer, the blade will stay cold. Or you can blanch your basil leaves, but I don't have time for that today.
got time?
So traditionally pine nuts, we're using almonds that I roasted, and then we're going to put a clove of garlic.
You're
You
like
can
the
add
real deal.
more.
You're roasting the. Okay, I'm here for it.
Gotta toast your nuts.
Okay.
Gotta toast them.
Olive oil,
Gotta toast them.
some
Just don't
salt,
look at Al. Just keep going.
and then you
He
basically
did that on purpose.
pulse it a bit.
Okay.
If we can
Maybe.
figure it
We'll
out.
just play like.
There you go. So you toast that. Let's pretend that it's perfectly
Yes,
formed.
yes, Okay. yes.
And then basil,
Basil.
a little by little. Yep,
Why
just
is
like that.
Why a little by little?
If you add too much, it's going to over-process.
Okay.
So basically, you're just going to keep on pulsing that, and then you add the parm at the end. Put it back on.
Okay.
Yum, yum.
And then we have some very salty pasta water here with some farfalle, some little
Salty
bow
like the
tie.
ocean?
Salty like the ocean. Taste it. 'Cause it's going to flavor everything.
I think I don't put enough salt in my water. I can try
Always
to like.
salt it more than you think you would. A lot of the salt is just going to go and be drained, but you don't want to drain this into the sink. You want to keep some of your pasta water.
Okay.
So what you do
Oh, yeah.
is
I'm
you
like
put
ready
this
to
in
try
here.
now.
Just
We'll do one more. Try it. Why
I
not?
know. I'm like I'm ready.
And
So
then we have our pesto,
the pesto.
which we plop in.
And you should do it while the pasta's
God.
warm.
While it's nice and warm, it's going to help everything
you
meld
kidding
nicely.
me?
And what is it about this kind of pasta that makes it? Why would you
I
not
just
use
love bow
God.
tie because it like kind of pesto is like nice and creamy and it gets in all the nooks and crannies. Also
Really?
chili flakes for a little bit of heat.
Oh my gosh.
And you
Anthony,
can
this
use-
is amazing.
You can use whole wheat pasta. You can use brown rice pasta, but make sure to rinse
Will
it
it
because
taste
it's
this
too
good?
starchy. It will, and this can actually sit in the fridge nicely. You can bring this to like a nice little barbecue.
Oh my God.
This is good. This is
The
really
zucchini
good.
alone, I would put that on a salad, like the marinated zucchini.
Marinated zucchini on its own with a little bit of
Oh my
parm and fresh
gosh.
pepper is a great, nice little plant-based app that you can do.
Why did you use the almonds instead of the pine nuts? Just out of curiosity.
They're less expensive. I love almonds. Get them at Costco, keep them in the freezer. And I feel like everyone has almonds at home.
I'm
You can
here
use
for this.
hazelnuts, walnuts. You can skip the nuts altogether if you want.
This is fantastic.
It couldn't be easier.
Oh my God! And that zucchini, isn't that good? Did you try the zucchini?
What would be a good? You're a classy guy. What would be a good wine to drink?
Ooh. A good wine, maybe because it's like summer, like a nice little, like a Friuli maybe, or like a nice little Pinot Grigio, nice and crisp.
This is amazing.
Next time you bring that too.
Thank you so much.
Anthony, this is great.
Thanks for having
I mean,
me.
I could do
Thank
this
you.
zucchini all day. I could just
What's the name of the book again, Ed?
Let's do dinner.
Let's do dinner.
All right.
Good.
By the way, there's the book. If you want this recipe, you can go to
Get the recipe.
today.com/food. As always, we will be right back.
This might be my new favorite thing.
It's still hot outside, so I think it's a good time to wrap up our Cool for the Summer series with a refreshing edition of Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 treats to help you beat the heat. Joy, you are looking lovely this morning. How are you?
Oh, thanks, guys. I am going to woo your taste buds with 2 recipes that I think scream summer. And the first one is a summer cucumber salad with vibrant, fresh herbs. I hope you're going to love this. Very easy to put together. So here I have 3 cucumbers, and I'm going to show you quickly how I cut them, because a lot of people don't know how to get rid of the seeds. And for this particular recipe, it's important to do that.
Okay.
So I'm leaving the skin on for extra texture. So obviously I washed them and patted them dry. And I'm going to slice right down the middle, just like this. I'm going to pick this up to show you 2 halves. Now, most of the liquid is within the seeds. So I'm just going to use a spoon and scoop those seeds right out.
That's a little cucumber boat.
Just like this. It's very easy. Al, I love actually using these as boats and then stuffing them with things like chicken salad or shrimp salad. It's really fun.
Oh, that sounds good.
So now we're just going to cut them into super thin half moons. And I would do this for all 3 of them. I'm going to show you, see what the pieces look like. And the skin is edible. So just make sure you wash it. You get a little bit of extra fiber. You get a pop of color, but it keeps that firmness. Now, I have taken all 3 of them and I put them, let me see, I'm going to push this over here. Ian is on the side.
Yeah, we like that. It just keeps going. Just like that.
We love Ian. And so I put them all in a colander, and I put the colander on top of a bowl because it will generate a little bit of liquid. We're going to get rid of some of the liquid within the pieces of the cucumber and also incorporate a little bit of salty goodness. So I added a 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and we're just going to let this sit for about 15 minutes.
Joy, how come you don't want any extra liquid in there?
Because I want the salad to be crisp.
Okay.
And we're gonna add in more liquid with the marinade, but I think that what will happen is the liquid from the cucumbers would dilute that bold flavor.
Okay.
Yeah. So now for the other fixins. So I have my bowl over here. I have
beautiful bowl.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. I got it as a gift. Big shout out to my girlfriends, my tap hand crew. And so these are thinly sliced red onion, but you can also use a large shallot. So I dump that right in. I'm adding 3 tablespoons of white wine vinegar, but really you can use apple cider vinegar, champagne vinegar, white balsamic vinegar, all the vinegars work, and 1 teaspoon of honey. And I let this sit for 10 minutes, and this is going to give it that delicious, sweet, pickly flavor.
Yum.
It really brings it together. So we're going to make believe that this has sat for 10 minutes, and I now take our cucumbers that have been sitting, I add them right in the mix, along with, this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. I'm only using 1.5 tablespoons. That's all you need. A little bit of crushed red pepper because I like the heat.
Yeah.
And now for the fresh herbs. So this is where it becomes a vibrant party. Normally, I do like to give swaps for dried herbs, but honestly, with this salad, you just really need the fresh herbs.
It's
and
also
anything
beautiful.
Works.
It really is.
Oh, thank you. So this is mint, what I put in, and now I'm putting in some parsley. But honestly,
But
guys,
any
it
green-
works with
any
basil,
green herb you want?
cilantro, any green herb you want. I love dill too. I tend to put a lot of dill in this as well. But this morning I'm
You
just
put
doing
Dylan in
the
there?
mint.
Nothing like
Dylan, you want to
salad.
jump on in here? A little bit of crushed, actually this is just ground black pepper, and we're just gonna look at this. We're just gonna mix this thing up. I'm gonna show you you see the red onions really pop it beautifully.
So you said that looks absolutely delicious, Joy, but we don't want to miss out on the strawberry lemonade because that looks just as yummy.
Oh yes. Okay. So we are totally switching directions, and every summer party needs a frozen strawberry lemonade. So it is ridiculously easy. Here's my beauty I've been sipping. So all you need to do is you take 2 heaping cups of frozen strawberries. And I would say frozen strawberries because this is going to act as your ice.
Okay. Okay.
And 2 cups. And this version, by the way, is so much lower in sugar and calories, and it's packed with vitamin C compared to traditional versions.
Okay.
This is a 1/4 cup of your lemon juice. And this is just a 12-ounce can of a lemon-flavored sparkling water.
Oh.
So I put that right in. It gives it an extra lemon
kick.
Oh, fizz.
boost.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is just a tablespoon of honey.
Okay.
And really, if you want it very tart, you can leave out the honey. So I don't want to cause a lot of noise, but we would blend this up. But of course, for Al, there's one more thing. I just went and grabbed his gin bottle.
That's the gin I drink. Hendrick's gin, baby. That's the
A
one.
little bit in there. And in the spirit
It's
of
the
research,
official
I want
gin
you
of
guys
black
to know,
guys.
I have tested it with vodka, tequila, light rum.
Oh,
It
tequila
all
would be
works.
good too.
Wow.
And so we would whirl this up right in the blender, only 20 seconds, because you don't want to over puree it because it will get
Oh
too
my gosh,
thin.
that's-
Well,
It
Joy,
needs
before we
3
go-
huge heaping cups. You'll
Before we
get
go,
2
we
portions
understand
of
you've got
this.
some other production assistants there you wanted to bring in. Your
You know
your
what?
nieces.
They've all dissipated. Everybody ran around the house.
Wow.
I just said, guys, it's showtime. Come on down.
Yeah,
They
bye-bye.
took their drinks
All right, they
and
missed
they
their
took
shot.
off.
There we go. We saw a
But you
little
know what?
hand.
Also on Instagram, I'm also going to show how to make the peach version of this because we were like torn. We didn't know which one we liked better, the strawberry
Okay,
lemonade
so let's just
or
see
the
Ian.
yellow.
Let's just see Ian.
Here he comes.
Okay,
Al,
so-
you know he only does this for you. Come here.
That's my man. That's my man.
So cute.
Thank you, guys. That's so funny.
Okay, thanks, Joy. And of course, it's all on today.com/food.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your
Our good friend Utica in the house,
Oh, baby.
Mr. Matt
So good to
Abdu.
see you, Mr. Roker. Thank you so much for having me.
Pig Beach Barbecue here
That's
in New York
right.
and West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's right.
Indeed.
So you are making, I mean, there's fully loaded and then there's fully
That's
loaded.
right. That's right.
So what are these hot dogs?
So what we're doing today is we're taking the hot dog, we're elevating it to the next level. And the great thing about what we're doing here is that every single thing we're making is good enough on its own, but adding it to a hot dog is just going to make it like that much more next level.
My gosh. So what are we starting
So
with?
starting off here, this is slow cooker pulled pork. So you can do this the night before, put it in before you go to bed, wake up, pulled pork's ready to go for
Ready
the
to
game.
go.
In a slow cooker, whatever you got, we have some pork shoulder cubed up, apple cider vinegar, apple juice, and our world famous Pig Beach barbecue seasoning. Recipe
stuff.
at today.com
Oh,
or in
yeah.
the Pig Beach barbecue cookbook.
Fantastic. Put that
lid on it, cook it for about overnight, low and slow until it's shredded and done.
All right.
In this pot, we're missing Jenna today because we're kicking up some queso, that good old signature canned tomatoes and chilies with that cheesy sauce.
Okay.
Mix it, melt it
Is
all
that
together.
just like a Velveeta type of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect with whatever you want to do. Eat it with cheese, tortillas, or just put it on the hot dog.
Now, what kind of
And
hot
here-
dog do you like?
So we have some really special hot dogs here. Our good friend Chef Ralph Perazzo makes these amazing all-beef natural casing hot dogs. I love them. It's what we use at Pig Beach.
So they got a nice snap to
They
them
got
when
a
you
beautiful
bite
snap to them. They're incredible.
Like the snap. Did you have the snap yet?
I got the snap.
All
I
right.
love you guys.
2 snaps.
Two
Okay.
snaps, there it is.
All right, so you're
take the hot
grilling
dog,
these.
whether you want to grill it, whether you want to boil it, whether you want to griddle it, whatever you have. If you're tailgating and cooking at home, we're going to take these things, we throw them on the grill.
Right.
Cook them. Once they got some nice marks on them, they're all set to go. Take your hot dogs.
You like the potato bun?
I'm a huge fan of the potato bun. I love that soft, squishy, slightly sweet kind of texture to it. And from here on out, load it up with whatever you want. And this you're gonna have some fun. You can either have the pulled pork, the chili, the cheese, combination of everything, some crispy onions, pickled jalapenos, a little cherry pepper relish, whatever it has you. What do you guys think?
Oh my
Come on.
Getting after it?
A lot
I love it.
snap to it.
Can't ever go wrong with a good hot dog, right?
man.
The most iconic tailgating food that's out there, great football food. Every stadium on the planet's got a good old hot dog. This is a way to elevate it at your home.
Now you're making a great cheesy bacon dip.
So this dip, I gotta tell you, this dip is something that the first time I had it, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I had it during when everyone was like locked in home during quarantining. My mother-in-law made this for me. Hey, Connie. Hi, Luke. Hi, Megan. Love you guys.
Hey, everybody.
It's so simple to make. All it is cream cheese, some shredded Swiss cheese or Gruyere, and some mayonnaise. We're just going to take all of this, put it in a bowl together. The mayonnaise, right?
Exactly.
It's
Well,
what's
dry
gonna-
January's over. So.
Dry January. There you go. You're good to go. You're going to take all of this and you're just going to simply mix it together. Hopefully your cream cheese is nice and tempered, so it's easy to mix.
So you want like room temperature?
Room temperature cream cheese makes it a lot easier just to kind of get all that stuff mixed together. And then it's just going to go into whatever sort of baking dish that you have. I like
Right,
these
simple.
oval baking dishes because they look pretty when they're done. Put the right into the baking dish like this. Preheat your oven to 425 degrees or so. Bake it for about 10 to 12 minutes or until all the cheese is nice and melted.
Yeah.
Then blast it on your broiler just for a few minutes to get that nice caramelized top
Some
right here.
quesos seize, and
Yeah.
they're almost not great after about 15 minutes. This is delicious.
Yeah, I mean, even when it does cool down, it's even great too. Like, get some
Yeah.
crusty bread if you didn't have any crackers and just
When
go
do
have
you-
some fun with it.
You had the bacon now?
So yeah, after it's out of the broiler, you get that nice caramelization on
Yeah.
top, that
Yeah.
nice color. It's got that little crunchy, cheesy part. Bacon, why not? Bacon
course.
makes everything better. We're just gonna load up the top with tons and tons of bacon.
And I noticed you got some scallions.
We got some scallions. If you know, knife skills, whatever, we can have some fun. Slice them all up. Garnish the top of it with some crispy bacon. These sliced scallions over the top of it, and then get your favorite crackers, whatever you like. I love these rice crackers because I think they're nice and crunchy and they hold up really well.
We're
to the
loving the
cheese.
Ritz.
The Ritz.
And you can't ever go wrong with the Ritz. Those
cannot.
buttery deliciousness crackers, they're perfect for anything.
Good cracker.
And of
Good
course,
cracker.
finishing it all with an amazing beer for that football tailgating season.
Now, how
and
many?
we're good to go.
Matt, how much of this could you make ahead of time? So that you're
That's
ready
the
to
great
go?
thing. You can make almost everything ahead of time so that the day of, all you have to do is just warm things up and get them hot. Finish the hot dogs. You can have a nice little fun buffet with it. Put all the stuff out. People can either just get bowls of it and eat it, or they can put it on their hot dogs, have their own sort of like self-making session. It's fabulous.
Tasting table, what say ye?
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
A good Roker welcome back meal, right
Yeah,
there.
this is the best.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
right.
It's meat wrapped in meat with the bacon on top.
Nothing
With
but the
more
best
meat.
for our guy
Oh,
right
my
here,
God.
right? We're so excited. I heard the doctor said you need to eat good foods and all
I
those sort of
mean,
things. So here we go, Doc. We're doctor's orders right now.
I'm pulling a chair up, slapping on the feed bag. Matt, thank you so much. You can find Matt's recipes at today.com/food.
Firing up the grill as we all head into the long holiday weekend. If you want to serve a dish that's going to wow your crowd right here, you're in luck. Mike Puma from the Gotham Burger Social Club, known for serving up New York's hottest smash burgers at his famous pop-ups. Mike, good to see you. This is my new favorite thing to make at the house is the smash burger.
Smash burgers are all the craze right now.
What makes the Gotham Burger so great or separates it from everything?
What I do, I make it.
You make it. It's
It's
the love
all
and care
me.
you put into it.
You know, it's a nostalgic flavor. It's fun to make. You know, as opposed to the old way of grilling a burger, you throw beef on a patty, you walk away, flip it, and you were done. This is a little bit more interactive, a lot more fun. You build a lot more crust, a lot more flavor.
Right. It's that Maillard process, right? It's like when you smash down the
Exactly.
burger,
And when you flip it, the onions steam
you
into
get
the
more
beef.
flavor.
And you get that familiar
more
fast
crisp.
food flavor.
All right, so let's just start with the beef ratio. Do you have a
80-20.
80-20.
3-ounce balls.
In a ball.
Get them on there. Let's get some onions on top.
Anything special about the onions? They're just raw,
Thin
simple?
sliced.
Thin
That
sliced.
is the secret. If it's not thin sliced, this is not going to cook
And then
properly.
quickly on a hot surface, you're
Get
smashing
it right
as quickly
away.
as you can. Yeah.
All right, and then we're going to salt it.
These must cook pretty quick since they're so thin.
Couple of minutes, literally a couple minutes each side, and you're done. So we'll move this one along. We'll give it a little flip, and that's the crust you're looking for. You don't want to see a gray burger. You want to get that crust.
That looks incredible. What special kitchen tools do you need? Because not everybody has. You need
A good smasher, you can roll it out with a rolling pin and place it on. Obviously, it's more fun using one of these.
Yeah.
And a scraper will work great.
All right,
Make
let's-
sure you keep that crust on there.
Yep.
Let's get some cheese.
American cheese. The guys are eating it down there. How is it?
So good.
Unbelievable.
Loving it?
Yeah.
Delicious.
It's just nice and crispy.
And then once you get it, I like a double.
Yeah.
You can certainly do a single.
Yeah.
But let's stack these up.
Stack them up.
And
it's beautiful.
once those onions start to really get brown and crispy, that's when you want to pull it off.
And what are you putting it on?
We're going to go to a potato bun. I think that's just a classic bun. Any good soft bun is going to work.
Sauce it up.
What I love to do is sauce it up with some. Let's get this one off.
Yeah. It really is hard to go back to
look at all
just the
that melty
conventional burger
cheese,
after you have this.
The
It's like,
grilled onions.
why would I have anything else?
You can go with your favorite toppings. I like a little bit of special sauce.
And it's still
special sauce is special. A little bit of mustard just to know it's there, that nostalgic flavor, and a little bit of ketchup. And I like pickles. I
do too.
use
I do too.
actually a
Me too.
hot and sweet pickle. You can use dill. You can use complete bread, plain bread and butter.
Yep.
And that's it.
What kind of beef? What kind of beef are we talking about?
80-20.
80-20.
80-20. You can even go 75-25. A little more fat is
Did
going to
you toast the potato bun too, or did
I like to toast the top.
A little top?
Just gives it a little nuttiness, a little
Yeah.
texture also on the
That's
bun.
awesome. Walk me through the Walter dog. It's a bit
The Walter dog.
unconventional.
classic out of Westchester. I realize we've been cooking hot dogs wrong the whole time. We usually boil them whole, cook them whole, split them, put a little butter on there, and you're going to get an amazing crust on the complete surface of the dog.
So you take the hot dog out of the package and then like butterfly it?
Butterfly it
Put a little butter
three-quarters
in
of the
there,
way down.
and then grill it that way?
And you know what you can do now with this way? You can double them up.
Of course, why would you not do that?
Double them up. Whoa.
I like to top it with a little bit of classic relish.
I like to soak my dogs in beer for about 45 minutes before they kind of plump up a little bit.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's like a Dijon mustard, or what kind of mustard we got there?
I go spicy yellow.
Spicy yellow.
Everybody's got their own thing, you know?
But again, this is all about what you like. You know, nothing tastes better than memories. And the stuff that you grew up on is what you're going to like.
Amen.
So if you like yellow mustard, spicy mustard, Dijon, knock yourself out.
And the cheese is also awesome. What's a good kind of cheese for the burger?
American
And-
cheese. Yellow American for me melts the best. You can certainly use other cheeses, but that's the classic burger.
Did you say you
cheese.
put butter on the hot dog?
I do.
on the
You
raw
put a
hot
little
dog.
bit of butter on the griddle, put it down, let it just crisp up on both sides. Wow. You could even put a press down. That'll help build that crust as well on it.
These are good tips because you know what's about to happen in this country. It's starting tonight.
There's going to be a
Everybody's
lot
gonna
of
out
grilling.
here.
So
Quickly,
now
we got to go. But Mike, the
tots.
the chopped cheese. We
What do you do with your leftover beef, onions, and cheese? You make a chopped cheese. There's a Bodega Classic.
Again, American cheese.
You're going to just
the tots.
Basically, grill up all your beef, chop that cheese in there. You're going to get it all melted.
Let me just say this while you're cooking it. Be sure and check out these.
Then you're going to
recipes.
top some
today.com
tots.
/food. This morning on Today Food, it's another edition of Grillin' and Chillin' with us, the Dailies. This is where Siri and I combined two of our greatest passions. It's not our children. It's cooking for you. It's music
there,
for
though.
me. Our kids are a close third, however. And we're going to start. Should I start with my cocktail first?
Yes, yes. This is called, what do we call it?
This is the red, white, and bourbon. We're just going to get a little ice. We're going to take a healthy dose of bourbon.
Just
We're
a
gonna
splash.
take a little OJ, just a splash of OJ, a little lemon juice, a little lime juice.
You're doing so good.
A little bit of simple syrup. We're gonna mix it up. Craig Melvin is a big bourbon guy too, so you're gonna mix that up.
Need you a mocktail, Jenna. Yes.
We're gonna mix this. We're gonna pour it over some ice. And then I'm gonna top it with just a little bit of grapefruit soda.
And then the cute star fruit.
I wouldn't do the star fruit, but
Oh,
for
come
the sake of TV,
It's 4th of July.
there it is.
Yeah.
So what are we cooking?
Okay, so next we're gonna do some hot dogs, and we like to soak our hot dogs in beer.
Yeah.
So first I'm gonna cut like little slits, kind of diagonally in the hot dogs. That's gonna let the beer really soak in, and it's gonna give the hot dogs a nice char when you grill them. So, put them in the beer.
This is something that my mom did when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I've carried it over ever since.
And
Any
it's the-
beer, darker beer is usually a little bit better, but any beer will
Person
do.
makes the best hot dogs, and I swear it's because of that. Now, next we're gonna grill up some toppings, and we're gonna make them in foil, cook them in foil on the grill, so it makes like clean up a breeze.
Yep.
So I've got onions, peppers, over here some mushrooms, bacon, garlic. All you have to do is drizzle with some olive oil.
Woo!
And salt and pepper. Hey, where's my red, white, and bourbon?
Yeah, right here.
Salt and pepper, and then I'll show you how to
That's love.
grill this up. Why don't you work on the dogs over there?
This is a dog shot, too, if you want to go
Oh,
ahead and
don't
do
do
this.
that. Don't do that. Oh.
I mean, the dog's like cooked, got the beer. Oh, that's delicious.
So then
How
you're
dare
going to
you.
take the short sides and fold, and then the long sides and fold. And just make sure you have a little bit of space so that the veggies will vent. Plop that on the grill, like how easy, about 20 minutes.
Johnny, get in here. So this is how the people ask, why do you cut the hot dog? Like, do the juices run out? It's not a burger where you lose the juices. These slits, as Siri said, they create a little bit of that char there. And I swear the beer gives it just a little bit of more of a ballpark plump feel to it.
Don't you think?
They get juicier.
Dad used to slice the hot
This is
dogs.
one of the
Yeah.
best hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. You like it?
It's a great dog.
How's the
Put on a
bourbon
cocktail. This is fantastic.
All right, good.
Why you been
Here are the
holding back?
toppings. Yeah, exactly. And I like to add like cheese, jalapenos, avocado, whatever you want. But it makes it so easy to clean up afterwards. There you go.
Yeah, it's fun to just
Okay.
put out a bunch of toppings and let everybody kind of
We're
pick whatever
really
they want.
into like burger bars, hot dog bars, baked potato bars, anything
Right.
where guests can assemble
Any sort of
their own
bar,
food.
really.
Regular bar. Okay, so this is super fun. We're gonna grill popcorn, and we do a lot of like popcorn over the stove at home.
We've never done this.
But this, that is not true. Okay, so we have a pie, a
We've
disposable
never grilled popcorn.
popcorn. Fight.
It's just, I can't fake the fun, dude. We've never grilled popcorn. I love the idea. How do we do it, Siri?
Disposable pie pan.
Yep.
A little bit of veggie oil, like 3 tablespoons.
Yep.
And then you're just gonna wrap it in foil again. We're all about
This is a foil
cooking.
thing, okay.
We're probably
Exactly.
traveling.
What's with the s'mores
A little,
stuff? Does that
so
go in
now
the
we're
popcorn?
gonna turn it into s'mores popcorn
Nice.
because grilled popcorn
Wait,
isn't
does
enough.
it really pop on the grill?
Yes, so you just put it on the grill.
No, we've never
like,
done it, but
listen
we're
to
hoping
it,
it does.
And you want to take these and kind of shake it up a couple times on the grill, but it pops just like it would pop on the stove.
I love the salty and sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the
then
graham
to make it
crackers, the best
s'mores
part.
popcorn, break up some graham crackers. This
Yeah.
is like the easiest thing ever. We have some melted butter.
Wow.
Hershey's.
The butter is key.
We should make this for the kids. They would
That
love
is
it.
a healthy amount of
Would
butter
love
too.
it.
I like that.
Yeah, you gotta have the butter.
And
then
chocolate.
the marshmallows. Like how fun is that? And a little bit of salt, because again, the salty sweet
Oh, that
is
is.
like
It's good
my
to
favorite
soak
thing.
this in beer too, just a little bit to help pump up the popcorn a little bit. We'll just
Yeah,
toss
there you
this.
go. Toss it. Toss it with your
How does it
beer.
all taste, guys?
It's so
Is that
good.
good? Is that a good
It's
snack?
fantastic.
If you love nothing better than a good old-fashioned hot dog with mustard and ketchup, what we're about to show you might blow your mind a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to fancy up your Franks with delicious toppings from chef and culinary instructor Ashton Keefe, who also used to be one of our Today Show food stylists. Is it weird to come back?
No, I love it. I love being here.
It's like your people are here. So talk to us about fancying up. My kids like a staple twice a week hot dogs. That's how we do it. Oh, we just cook them on the stove and that's it. But how can we make something a little bit better?
Well, everybody's grilling this summer. It's really, really fun. But I like to combine things that you would be eating at a barbecue anyway. So we're doing our first fancy Frank is a Mexican dog. So we're doing guacamole, street corn on the hot dog.
Easy, so
right?
no sides. It's all right there.
Yes,
Delicious.
so fun. So we're gonna make the guacamole. Everybody knows how to make this. Really simple. And then you can use this as a side too
So
throughout.
what is it, avocado, lime, and
Just
cilantro?
mash it up. I'm gonna get you guys involved.
Okay.
Just go ahead
Put
and
in here.
just toss that in here.
I just Purell.
You know what?
Amazing.
Just dump the whole thing.
Really?
You don't even
All
need to,
that?
Yeah, all the cilantro.
Okie dokie.
And then
Here we go.
lime juice,
How
and
much
then
salt?
just give me a nice big pinch. Ooh,
that good?
I like it.
Too much?
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it.
I don't know.
Exactly. So you'll mix this up. This will become a guacamole,
Okay.
and then we have Mexican street corn. So when you're grilling your dogs, you can also be grilling your ears of corn.
Smart.
And then just do it all at once.
Do you do everything outside on the grill? You like that the best?
I like that.
Yeah.
It's summer. I mean, if you don't, you can definitely do this on a grill pan inside.
Okay.
That's easy. And then that's just some onions, some cojita cheese.
Cojita?
We've got some olive oil.
Okay.
We've got
That's
some
delicious.
salt.
The whole
Yeah. Go for it.
No, why not?
Sour cream and then lime zest. So you can just take, microplane, go for it. You can just microplane that right in there.
I swear, I was like, what's happening?
It's going to also clean your brush in that segment. Okay, hold on. Just like that. And then you mix this up, and we'll go up here, and I'll show you guys
This
the
is my
finish.
favorite. The corn is so refreshing in summer.
It's so
really
good.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got some Franks just grilling up here.
Okay. So
Just
now
like
you just
this.
dress it up the way you want.
Absolutely.
You cook your bun.
You have to cook the bun.
You do?
Otherwise, it's mush. You're putting foam around it. Yeah. You need some
around it.
crispness.
You can put some butter on
And
that
then what,
too.
you just dress it any way you
Yeah,
want?
so put some of that avocado mash, guacamole, and then
yum.
you've got your Mexican street corn.
Come on, that looks
It
so
looks
delicious.
delicious.
It's so good.
These are thin little hot dogs. I like to get the thicker ones. I'm not just saying it. Yes. No, I'm not saying it to be funny. I really like the thicker ones. It's not long and thin. Look at it.
I don't know. We're going to move to the next one after that's coming. You can do a vegetarian dog too if you want.
Okay,
as well.
I definitely would.
Definitely
Okay.
do a vegetarian
Okay.
dog. And then we're going to go to the Italian dog.
Okay,
And what we did is I cooked these a little bit, like par cooked them, grilled them, and then I'm going to roll it up in a little prosciutto.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't that kind of fancy? And then you throw it back on the grill.
Wow.
Just like that. And you've got a nice crispy prosciutto.
Meat on meat.
Meat
I've seen
on
that
meat.
before. I love it.
Meat on meat.
Yeah.
All right, and now what do you do with
And
it?
then this one is actually topped with some roasted red peppers, which I don't know
Okay.
where they went, but
Okay.
we will. We'll
pluck them
just
from
pluck them
That's
from
okay.
right here. But
That's
you guys
okay,
will
yeah.
see.
So you put roasted red
Roasted red
peppers on top.
and then I
So-
like to use like a hoagie and do
Oh,
mozzarella.
and look at the mozzarella.
delish.
Yum. And look at how your cute little basket with a couple of chips.
nice.
See?
It's like a little
You get the
dip
whole
and
meal
a-
instead of having to. That was great. It's
Yeah.
so,
I love hot dogs. This was exciting
I
for
know,
me.
and it's so, we're so happy you're back too
Oh
to
my
hang
gosh,
with us
so great
today.
to be here. So great to
To
be
get the
here.
recipes, go to today.com/food.
This one is a sweet and salty treat that is certain to be a hit at any party. They're called hot dog flour buns, but wait until you see.
They're so cool.
Right? Here to show us is Christina Cho. Her blog is perfectly named Eat Cho Food, and her newest cookbook is Mooncakes and Milk Bread, sweet and savory recipes inspired by Chinese bakeries. Christina, we're so happy to have you here this
So
morning.
excited to be here, and this recipe inspired my cookbook.
Really?
Oh,
that's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so
You're
let's
explaining
start.
to me
Yes.
this bread,
Yeah.
and you say it's similar to
It's
something
similar
we're more
to
familiar
brioche
with.
and challah. It's like a soft, challah. It's like a soft, enriched bread, and
Okay.
it's the base for a lot of the baked buns in my cookbook. So once you master this, you unlock all
The
these
world
other
is your
recipes.
oyster.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
Okay.
So to start, we have some bread flour. We have a little bit of sugar in there, and an egg.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to add our warmed up milk that has some yeast in there.
Okay.
And that's going to make it rise. And then we have this paste that's called a tongzong. It's a mixture of milk and some flour that's cooked down, and it's
okay.
going to help our bread stay nice and soft and fresh for longer than a couple days. So it prevents it from getting stale too quickly.
Okay. So it's like a natural preservative.
Yeah, kind of. And then we're going to add some softened butter, again, making it soft and like a little bit of a buttery finish. So we're
Okay.
going to knead that until it's smooth. And then we're going to let it proof at room temperature for about 2 hours. If it's cold out, it might take 3. And then we have some dough here. I'm going to punch it down.
I was just about to
really?
do that.
Oh,
I was
sorry,
like,
you
no.
do you
I
want to
just
touch
didn't-
it?
I didn't know if I could, but
Yeah,
it's just
touch
like,
it.
oh, I love that so much.
It looks
really
so
satisfying.
As my kids say, satisfying.
Yes.
Yeah, you can all touch it if you want to. And then we're going to divide divide it into 12. So it makes about 12 buns no matter what recipe you pick. And if you want to be really exact, you can use a digital scale to weigh it out. If not, you can just eyeball it.
I'm sure you probably can eyeball it.
I'm
She's
getting
done this
pretty
a few
close to
times.
it. Yeah. And then you're just going to roll it up into a little dough ball.
Okay.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
And do you have to let that proof again? Or
After we assemble. So now you guys can get in on the action.
yay. Okay.
So that dough ball is now this.
Now we rolled it out to
Okay.
a big enough piece so you can wrap a hot dog in. So you can grab a hot dog, place it in the center.
I told you this was my first thing I learned at home ec was pigs in a
Put it in
blanket.
the center of your dough. Oh, don't cut it yet.
Don't cut it.
Don't cut it.
And this is not pigs
Did
in a
you fail
blanket.
that class?
Yeah, I did. No, I'm just kidding. No,
And now you're just going to bring up the edges of the dough and you're going to encase the hot dog. Yeah.
Okay.
So just like that, pinch it together and just pinch hard so that it stays.
Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll help you.
That's so funny. Do you see what I did as a kid? I just looked at that and I'm like, oh, I can do that.
Just like that.
Okay. So what about the edge?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's fully encased in there. And then you can turn it over on the seam. Just like that. And then you can grab your knife now.
Now
You're
I
gonna
can-
cut it
now I
into 6
can cut
pieces.
it.
So you can eyeball it. I normally go from the middle.
Yeah, I was going to. Did you see I was going to
Middle,
do that?
middle, and then just
How many?
eyeball like a third of the
you need the
remainders.
Okay.
Yeah. And so your flower, you can see here, it's going to be a petal in the center, and then like 5 petals around.
so
cute.
That is really cute.
Okay.
So put one in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, and they can be just touching, but they're going to proof again, so they're going to get bigger.
You know what I love? You can do this at home with the kids.
my
like
gosh,
this is
this
cute.
is so
People
adorable.
love making these with their kids.
That's cute.
And all kids love hot dogs.
Oh, yeah, of
course.
course.
Yeah.
We only have a minute left. Did you say a minute? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
All right, so after it proofs, we're going to brush on some egg wash. You can use this one that's gone nice and puffy.
Okay.
Hey, wow.
So after
it's
it
so
proofs.
messy.
Yeah.
Look at mine here. Go.
Yep, and that's going to help it get nice and golden. And then sprinkle
This is
on.
fun. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I want to make these at home.
And then sprinkle on.
Some sesame seeds and green onions. Just
Before-
add a little
before they
color.
cook?
Yeah,
Like a little
before they
craft
cook.
project.
It's gonna add a little
Okay.
pizzazz, a little bit color.
Now I
we
get
end
to
up-
eat.
And then they bake. And then you have these beautiful
do you
Look
bake
how cute these are.
These are adorable. How long does it take to bake?
About 20 minutes, 18 to 20 minutes. So pull them apart. I like to eat them petal by petal. Like a pig's in a blanket, but better.
Oh my, and
But-
there's the
but
sweetness
prettier.
in the dough.
Yes, yeah.
That like tones down the salty.
Yeah, totally. I think it's a really nice balance.
This is an elevated pigs in a
Amazing.
blanket. Christina, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
For stopping by as I cram food in my mouth. For this recipe and more, this is really fun. You can head to today.com/food.
This morning on Today Food, a father-daughter duo taking the Chicago hot dog scene by storm, and Craig had the opportunity to meet them and taste the hot dogs too.
I did, SG. And what a success story it is. A father from the Windy City teaching his daughter lifelong lessons she'll never forget as they churn out flavor combos that keep their customers coming back for more. Chicago, an iconic city for foodies, has a new star. A Chicago-style-inspired gourmet hot dog created by a unique duo. A father-daughter team standing out in the competitive food landscape.
Hey guys, it's Brooklyn here, and
Hey, Daddy. What's up, y'all? It's Bobby Morelli.
Bobby Morelli, a.k.a. the Sausage King, and his 9-year-old daughter, Brooklyn, started their hot dog stand in Brownsville, Chicago last year. But the business was not exactly in Morelli's plan. Until the pandemic, Morelli was running his own web agency, but when business came to a halt, he reimagined a lifelong passion.
The hot dog box was a pivot project for me.
To be clear, though, you're not a chef.
No, not a chef at all.
No
my wife
background in restaurant management.
Nah, not at all.
You just had an idea.
Yeah, just an idea, man. And then the idea too was, if we're gonna sell hot dogs, we can't be basic. We have to do something that we can hone as our signature and paint this box red and give a good smile and greet the customers and good service, and that was the secret recipe.
That secret recipe includes filet mignon hot dogs with some fancy toppings. Perhaps, though, the best-kept secret was the idea to join forces with his daughter. What do you think about working with Dad?
It's fun because we get to tell jokes, make funny videos.
I understand that you get to give some input on the recipes.
Actually, we're coming out with the Brooklyn-inspired hot dog, the pizza hot dog.
The pizza hot dog?
I thought of my favorite food, which is obviously pizza. And then I know that Chicago is most known for its pizza and its hot dog, so I decided to merge it together and create a Brooklyn's pizza hot dog.
You know what? Ideas like that, you should be making more money. So what's going to be on the pizza dog?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Okay. Why is it so important for you to have your 9-year-old daughter working alongside you?
As a person that didn't have a father growing up, it's important for me to teach her to be self-sufficient and be able to know what it's like to start at ground zero, but then also build something. This may not be her life decision, but just opening the door for it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, what do you think you've learned so far?
About entrepreneurship, how to have good customer service, and about work ethic.
Your favorite subjects in school?
Math and lunch.
It's a perfect job. And the perfect hot dog.
This one here is the pickle and peanut butter minion dog. There you go.
That's good. That's fantastic.
Wow.
That's a really good hot dog.
Thank you. So this one is the Brownsville bourbon.
Another one of my favorites.
That is actually a bourbon barbecue sauce that my wife makes.
I'm gonna try it. But so now wait a minute. I see bacon.
Yeah.
I see coleslaw.
Uh-huh.
I see some peppers.
Yeah.
This is really good. No wonder people line up for it.
Yeah.
Now time for Superfood Friday, and this morning we have Today nutritionist Joy Bauer. She is on a roll, summer roll to be exact. She's here with 2 versions of the dish we can all make this weekend. Good morning to you.
Hey, Joy.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Joy.
Yes, we are going to rock and roll.
Okay. Let's dig in. What's the first one?
So I'm going to tell you, not only are these light and refreshing, but they're super fun to make. And in the beginning, it's a little bit fussy, but once you get the hang of it, you are in. And I'm going to start with what I'm calling my shrimp summer rolls. So first, I'm going to make the shrimp filling. And here I have 1 pound. This was actually frozen shrimp, and I got it cooked, but without the shell on. Okay. And I took off the tails and I just chopped it up. So this is 1 pound of cooked shrimp right here.
Okay.
And I add in some celery for crunch, some chives and lemon zest, a whole bunch of wonderful herbs. This is going to be tarragon and dill and a little bit of salt and pepper. And honestly, you could put whatever you have in your garden or you have in your fridge. This is a little bit of mayo. You can use regular or light. A dash for some zing of lemon juice, and a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And yummy. That's it.
That looks
so
fresh.
Now it's so fresh. And here's the other thing. This is 100% customizable. So if you want, you can swap in bay scallops or crab or treat yourself and put a little bit of lobster in there. Or you could even do chicken. Anything goes. So now that it's mixed, and you see, I love how
even
herbs
that alone
give it
looks
that
yummy.
pop of...
Yeah.
It's a shrimp salad.
Yeah.
It's really delicious.
Hey, Joy,
So
what's the
now-
difference between a spring and a summer roll?
That's a great question. So a summer roll is uncooked and it uses a rice paper wrap, and I'm going to show you that. And a spring roll is actually cooked and they use a dough outside.
Boom. All
So-
right, let's get rolling, Joy.
So this is, love that, Jill. This is our wrapper. And you see, like, it's not really flexible. If I started to wrap this, it's going to break in half. So this is the only part that you really have to master. I have a big bowl of water, and I'm going to submerge this just for 10 seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I am wasting prime
Oh my
time
God!
over here.
Like in TV time, that was just like an hour.
I know.
Well, that's the
Sorry,
end of the
Allie.
segment, guys.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Joy's going to count to 20.
So I'm shaking off the water,
wanna
and
roll
I
today.
place it down here. I'm going to get rid of my water, and we're going to roll now. So the first thing I'm going to do is I like a little bit of greenery. So I put down a lettuce right in the middle, and I'm going to scoop in some of my shrimp salad, just like this. And this is fun with a crowd. You could get them to wrap it up. You
Yeah.
wrap over the top. It's like burrito style.
Is that
and you're
that's
gonna wrap
edible,
it this
right?
way.
That wrap? That's an edible wrap, obviously.
It's edible and it's low in
Cooking
carb,
segment.
right? Wouldn't that be
Is
fun?
that
to
an
do?
ornamental wrap? Does that go on the Christmas
No, you
tree?
have to scoop out the inside. And so I'm rolling it up, and that's it. And there you go.
I see
And there you have it.
I was going to say, I see mango. I heard you do a spicy mango salad.
Yeah, so that's the cool part. So it's 100% customizable. So here I'm showing the fixins for a spicy mango.
I see
Now you see
jalapeno.
I have
Yeah.
jalapeno for crunch. I have aromatic basil leaves I put in. I have creamy, heart-healthy avocado. These are julienne cucumbers. And I know mango's a little bit pricey right now, so also if you prefer, you could do sliced purple grapes, you could do apple, pear, berries, anything goes. But I'm going to show you what these look like finished. So
they look
this
beautiful.
is, aren't these great?
Yes, and fresh. What is that? That sauce looks amazing.
Okay, so I am really, really excited about this sauce. My family is obsessed with the spicy cashew dressing that you get at a lot of the popular salad bar restaurants, and they kind of dared me to try it and to recreate it. So all you have to do is I take some raw cashews. I put it at the bottom of a blender with boiling water on top. And then you add in reduced sodium soy sauce, some sriracha, a little bit of maple syrup, lime juice, and a few herbs. And I'm telling you, I want to see if I could pour this for you so you could see how creamy it is. Look at that.
We have to go, but I just want to say, she made that for me once, and I just dipped vegetables in it. Like you could dip a shoe in it. It's so delicious.
You could
And
dip
it's-
a shoe.
and it- yeah. All right, Joy.
Jill
Just
is
send me your
my
rock and
face.
roll moves as we go to break.
I want to be her
Oh,
guinea
here we
pig.
go.
Can you call me the next time you're testing in the kitchen?
You guys are like my favorite taste testers,
Yay.
always.
Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
now I've been watching you cook, recently.
Oh.
So
Oh my
I know.
God.
Just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're going to do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're going to do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string?
Oh,
It comes running out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it. Kind of
Okay.
like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't go
just-
all the way through.
Oh,
I
shoot.
should have just okay.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not
slit
waste
of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
Right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should
Yeah,
go
I
all the
feel
way
like I
down,
only
or
got
maybe
part of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it.
sorry.
though.
Okay, so we're sauteing that.
We're
Yeah.
gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now these
And
are
you wanna-
peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and
deveined.
deveined. They've
Who
got,
wants
look
to
at you.
devein?
You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
your name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. Okay, we're
go ahead.
sauteing
Go
what?
ahead and
Just
move
do-
it around.
That
Yeah.
hot? No, okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're going to take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're going to put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now
Okay, I
on
won't. camera's not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that we've
Pretend.
done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce, really easy. We're going to add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do you
Yeah.
choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very well. So add in some curry paste.
Okay, curry paste.
Some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all
and
up?
stir this up, and then you're going to add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the
Okay.
kind with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this all
delicious.
up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There we
I
go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're going to do is we're going to get this down into a nice
Ooh.
paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're going to add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I
look
know,
at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is go, oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love that.
Everybody's good.
Okay.
There you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp?
Go ahead.
Why is
Just-
everything?
Oh, Lord.
I know.
Okay.
Have it look. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste over
Yeah, let's move on from the carrot.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now
Wanted to burn.
moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yes.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook.
Okay.
This is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really
as well.
good.
It's
And
really
it's
good.
light. It's
Hey.
light, chef.
Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked
Oh
shrimp
yeah.
and
This,
peas.
How good does that
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of this shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the onion the calories a
Instead
little
of
bit.
mayonnaise, you could do
Yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it
whatever you
taste
use.
good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon
lemon.
juice? Okay.
Yes.
You're right. It does have a little
Stir
bite.
that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this
Good.
the dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers.
Yeah.
Chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I
Yes,
don't want
yeah, you can turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All right.
later
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing. You
The
just
dressing
add
is
in,
really good.
Really, and it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I
Boom.
love avocado.
What about some onion too? It's a little bit of bite, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit of breath think
Little
in
bit of
there.
onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover shrimp that I just used. Just a little bit of, you know, it's a little bit of breath thing. That's what I call it.
What do you call what? Huh?
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's not right. Something's not right.
all
Yeah.
good.
All right. And then
There we go.
Get some of that.
That dressing is so good.
Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome.
You're
Look
so
at my
good.
tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Sign her up. Food
Thank
Network
you.
where?
we are back with a special Today Food. Have you ever had a meal on vacation? It's so good. Days later, months later, you just can't stop thinking about it. Well, a few months ago, when we took a trip down to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, look at us at this table. We all sat down for an unforgettable dinner. I promise you, we are still talking about this meal. This was at the Sea Pines Resort.
Well, what's funny is Craig is there now, and we have you here because
Yay!
you guys love the food so much. We decided to bring it here to Studio 1A. Chef Ben Harris is the executive chef at the Sea Pines Resort, and you're here to cook up a dish that we have heard.
We were obsessed with it.
Everybody's talking about it.
So these were the two go-to dishes on your trip. So we have the elote street corn, which is we cut it into ribs, so it's really fun and easy to eat. And then we have the charcoal roasted shrimp.
All right, let's dig in. Let's do it.
So basically, we're starting with some South Carolina corn. When it gets hot outside, the corn's sweet and it's nice. That's when we like to cook it.
Okay.
So it's very simple. We've already started this, but you just want to pinch where the silt is, and you just pull down.
Okay.
And the way you do this corn, we'd never seen it before because Dylan was trying to get the recipe and we were like, he should come on the show. We were like whispering to each other.
Well, when we were planning the restaurant, we wanted to do something fun that you hadn't seen with local produce.
Okay.
So next step is we're going to give it a quick blanch just to tenderize it a little bit. And then with TV magic here, we
How
have
long?
1 minute. It'll be in there
So
for
this is
1
not a
minute.
shave off the cob. This is a cut through the cob.
This is a cut through the cob.
Ah.
So the trick is, anytime you have something daunting with a knife and you're uncomfortable, cut it in half. So instead of trying to whack it one time, you want to go right down the middle and come down.
And then flip
and
it.
then turn it.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
It's much more
So it'll be like a rib in some ways.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So then we're going to take the corn. We like to deep fry in a neutral oil. Obviously, make sure you keep the oil.
Stand back.
Have at it. Drop it in.
Is it
there.
hot?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hot.
So it's going to pop just a little bit.
Okay.
If you are more comfortable with an air fryer, you certainly can do it that way.
Oh, that's true.
But you want to make sure not to overcrowd the pan because
Okay.
you can have some overflow issues.
Yes.
As we slide down, that'll be in the oil for about 2 minutes.
Try it.
As soon as
It looks like octopus.
So now here's the thing. It's not a neat way to eat, but we're going for it.
It's fun.
Go
it's
for
vacation
it.
food.
Uh-huh.
So the next trick is it comes out of the oil.
You have to bite around it.
Yep. We're going to toss it in the tahini. We have our cilantro aioli.
Wait, what's in there?
Tahini, spicy,
This is-
spicy seasoning.
Yep, and it's got a little
that's
acid
it.
to it. Yeah, so a little cotija cheese.
This is incredible.
Wow.
Don't eat the rind. Eat the like around it. What is that?
This is sort of healthy.
So on the plate here, this is the cilantro aioli.
Oh my God.
Which we have a recipe on the website now, and you can really interchange the cilantro for anything, whether it's roasted peppers or sun-dried tomatoes. And so we're just going to hit that with just a little bit of fresh cilantro.
Are you supposed to eat the whole thing or just?
No, not the cob.
That's the thing. That's like
a
the
rib.
rib.
Like
I
a
ate
rib.
the rind.
I saw you. I was like, don't do that.
How many of you guys eat when you're down there?
We couldn't stop.
It's so good.
I've never seen this done like this before.
This is a triumph.
So the cilantro lime, the recipe's on there as well, because
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what does it.
Let's keep going to the shrimp, but I'm going to
So
keep eating
good.
this corn.
Okay.
Sure. So this is a fun way to prepare coastal South Carolina shrimp. I'm really, really passionate about our coastal South Carolina shrimp.
Okay.
It's sweet. It has a lobster-like quality to it. We have some Gulf shrimp here as well that are fantastic, but they have a more rich flavor.
Okay.
So I like to use those for a gumbo or shrimp and grit, something like that. But something like this, where it's just crisp, simple flavors, I
Yeah.
go South Carolina shrimp. So
Okay.
we take our shrimp that are peeled with the tail on, so we have a little
Tail
hand-
on.
tail on, so we have a little handle.
Okay.
We have a little bit of our hickory seasoning here.
Okay.
Hickory seasoning.
Delightful.
Yeah. A little bit of our
Butter?
toasted garlic butter.
Ooh.
And then fiend herbs. And the fiend herbs are, it's chopped Italian parsley, tarragon, and chives. And so the technique we like to use for cooking the shrimp,
Cast iron, huh?
cast iron. And we like to put, like I have a big green egg at home.
Okay.
I like to put my cast
Al
iron
has
in
that.
my big green egg.
Really?
And then you start on real high heat, it's about 500 degrees. Shrimp goes down, leave it alone for a minute, turn it off, and let the residual heat finish the cooking process.
For how long?
1 more minute.
Oh my
Just another
goodness.
Isn't that amazing? I was just talking about the green egg.
Wow.
Here we go.
This
So
is
here we go.
phenomenal. So can
Oh
we,
my.
the seasoning, because this is so good, can we make this too, or can we buy this? Where can we get that seasoning?
Recipe will be on the website as well.
You're such a giver.
And this is.
You're such a giver.
Chanel is like really
No.
into this.
There are some people who come on and they'll make the recipe, but some things they'll
Like,
be
sorry,
like,
can't tell
oh
you.
yeah, that's in my
Family-
cookbook,
family
and they don't really
cooking.
give it. You're like giving the goods.
We want to. We want you to make it at home.
You want to stay a couple more days?
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us. And Craig, if you're watching, I hope you're having this down there
He's
as well.
down there eating
Lindsay
this right
and the
now.
family for these recipes,
Dude.
all the recipes. Head to
He's
today.com
giving it away.
/food. We'll be right
This
back.
is my favorite. My
Yo,
favorite.
This is so good.
All right, guys, this is going to be good. We're back with Today Food, and in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, Chef Aaron Sanchez is here with what looks like a really, really spectacular seafood
It
dish.
smells delicious. So you might recognize him, of course, from cooking competition shows like MasterChef and Chopped. He also recently paired up with Chef Emeril Lagasse to create the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund, which aims to uplift the lives of Latino youth through food. And he is here. We're so spoiled this morning to have you. Good morning.
Chef. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I'm happy to be back. This is always a second home for me, so I'm excited to share this.
We always love having you, and the work you do for the Latino community. You know, we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and tell us about the Impact Fund and how important it is to you.
Yes, you know, I grew up in a restaurant family. My mom had a restaurant here in New York for 30 years, so I grew up in the business, and when I started, I felt that there was a disparity between Latinos getting executive positions and leadership positions in kitchens, and I didn't want the educational piece of it to be the crutch. So, you know, education is the foundation. Let's start with that. And up to this point, we've graduated 11 kids since 2016. So yeah, kind of started right grassroots, and now Emeril and I combine. Yes, absolutely. We bring them through the whole journey. So they do an 11-month program.
Here's some of them,
yeah. Yeah, and they're great.
Oh, that's
and they run the gamut, and they love to learn. They're like little sponges.
Yeah.
And that just makes me happy.
Well, I'm a sponge too. So to have you here, let's go through this barbecue shrimp recipe.
So this is a beautiful example of how Mexico and Louisiana come together. My restaurant, Johnny Sanchez, is in New Orleans, and here we have some beautiful aromatic spices. We have mustard seed, fennel, coriander, cumin, and the 2 dried chilies, the pasilla.
So good.
So you have to think about these little chilies and spices as dormant.
Okay.
They've been sleeping. So the way you wake them up is by toasting them, okay?
Okay.
So once they start to kind of create a little bit of smoke.
You put some oil with them, or?
No, just dry.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, they have inherent oil in them. And then once they dry and they start to perfume a little bit, you puree them, and that's what we have here.
Oh,
okay?
What do you use if you don't have, you know, like a little coffee grinder or something? Can
You know what? You can use a mortar and pestle. You can use a blender.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, you can use a blender.
Okay, great.
That's a very good question. So I like to leave it sometimes a little bit coarse. We have some beautiful Louisiana shrimp. We have the best
Those are
shrimp.
beauties. Yes, you sure do.
And we have the
Heads
best crab
on.
meat.
I feel like it's scary to cook with the heads on.
No, you know what they do? They're loaded with tons of flavor, and they kind of leach out this beautiful sort of essence of the ocean.
Al and Chanel are already getting.
I mean,
How is it over there?
wait until you
so
try
good.
it.
Yeah.
You just wait.
So smoky.
All right. So now.
Oh yeah, look at this. It's
Yeah, and in essence, what you want to do at this point with the shrimp, we're seasoning with that beautiful adobo after it's been pureed, and now you want to sear these up a little bit, and then just
pop 'em
kind of
right
wake
in.
them up, and then
Did you
not
use
gonna
olive oil?
Yes. Olive
Okay.
oil. And we're not going to fully cook them. We're just going to kind of sear them, and once they get a nice little sort of caramelization on the outside, we remove them.
Okay.
And then we're going to finish it up later.
Okay.
But let's talk about the butter, okay? So the idea is this is something what really is the essence and backbone of this recipe. We have some melted butter, right? So we're going to add that in here.
the blender. Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
We have roasted garlic.
Capers.
That's why it tastes these layers of flavor.
Yep. And then here we have beautiful ancho chile.
Oh.
Should I turn these over?
Yeah, absolutely. We have ancho chili, which is sort of like the little puffy chile.
Okay. Is
More
that dry?
smokier. Yeah, dried.
Okay.
More smokier than spicy.
Okay.
Rehydrate them for 20 minutes in boiling water.
Oh my goodness.
They get pliable and soft. We add that.
Look at the color on these.
Capers.
No, you're doing great, brother. Look at you. Man.
Look at that.
Does your family know you can throw down like that?
No, you can't make it throw me out of the kitchen.
Exactly. They're like, get out, Dad. All right. So here, all you're simply going to do is just give
man,
that a little
look at that.
pulse. You guys get the idea.
The blender never works on TV.
Yeah. There
Yes.
you go.
We get it.
So once
Perfect.
it's
And that
pure-
turns into this.
It turns into that. Exactly.
Okay.
So here, now what we're going to simply do is we have all this wonderful kind of caramelized bits. I brought an extra secret weapon, which is mezcal.
Oh, so we got
And
the
what we're
tequila
going to
in
do
there.
is that's going to help pick up all of those little
Okay.
juicy bits on the bottom.
Oh, if you could smell the mezcal right now.
Isn't that cool?
They say it tastes smoky, but it
Yeah.
smells so
Yeah,
good.
and then we're gonna add like a little base of seafood stock and Worcestershire sauce.
Okay.
Which is wonderful. And then we're gonna add some roasted poblano,
my
which is a
goodness.
beautiful chili that we've kind of roasted and peeled.
Oh, yeah.
Mexican oregano. And then what we're gonna simply do is turn up the heat, and then we're gonna emulsify that sauce. And that is just to thicken
trying
it.
it here. You ready?
Yeah, you got it? Okay, cool. I'm gonna return the shrimp
Oh, yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
into
Isn't
the
that good?
sauce.
You taste
Man.
all of the
wow.
flavors.
It's so good.
All the
Isn't that
layers.
neat?
There's so many different flavors, and it's not spicy.
Yeah.
You like get the flavor of spice without
Exactly.
Not
a
blowing
lot of
away.
spice.
And this is important because what we're trying to really instill in the kids is to find their culinary voice. You know what I'm saying? Because you really want to use all the mentoring that we provide through the Aaron Sanchez Impact Fund and be able for them to find They're
So,
thank you.
Chef,
Incredible.
thank you so much
We
for being
appreciate
here and for
Yeah,
all
we're
you're
going for
doing.
more.
Thank you
for
so
the Latino
much.
community.
Thank you. This is fantastic.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
We are back with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. And Chef Grace Young, the author of Stir Frying to the Sky's Edge, is going to show us one of her favorite recipes to cook in a traditional wok.
So scan that QR code to order all the ingredients with just one click. So you just select add ingredients to the cart and then schedule a pickup or delivery. We make it as easy as possible. And Grace, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started, we were talking about the importance of this wok, which is your own wok that you bought years ago.
Yes, I got that in Chinatown. It's a carbon steel wok, and I call that ancient nonstick cookware.
Ancient. Explain that. Explain that.
Well, because the more you cook with it, the more it naturally becomes nonstick.
It's amazing.
So you don't need chemicals, and it's the natural way to have nonstick cookware.
That's great.
So what are you making for us today?
So we're making Young Chow fried rice because you and I were at Hopley Restaurant in Chinatown a few
yes.
months ago, and I know how much you love that Young Chow fried rice.
It's terrific, and it's a great restaurant.
Yep. And so all you do is we're starting with the shrimp. It comes in a variety of sizes. The shrimp, the larger the shrimp are the more expensive. So I always start with small shrimp, and because we're just cutting it into half-inch pieces. So you don't have to spend so much money. And then we can go right to stir fry.
And it'll cook much quicker.
It will cook much quicker.
Now you start off with cold rice. Why?
Because that's the secret to great fried rice. So I'm going to pump up the heat here, and we're going right into stir frying.
Okay.
And whenever you cook with a carbon steel wok, you always have to preheat the pan first, and you have to make sure that it's hot enough. And I always have a little dish of water, so I flick in a drop of water,
And if it
sizzles? when it evaporates in 1 second, we're ready to go. So that is almost there.
Yeah.
And by the way, while it's heating up, you got a lovely award from the Julia Child Foundation.
Oh, I'm very proud. The Julia Child Foundation awarded me the Julia Child Award for my work for preserving and protecting Chinatowns.
All across the country. Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
What kind of oil was that you put in there?
A high smoking point oil. It could be peanut, canola, grapeseed, whatever. So
Okay.
now I'm just adding the shrimp. And whenever you're stir frying, the wok is talking to you. So you have to hear a sizzle sound.
Okay.
And now this is going to go very quickly. We are just stir frying this until it just turns orange.
Just orange, you said?
Yeah.
And
So
Grace,
it won't
go
be
ahead.
cooked through.
If you're not into seafood, can you do this with meat?
Absolutely, you could do it meat. And even if you're a vegetarian, you could do this. You could skip the shrimp, and we're going to add ham. And instead, you could add shelled edamame.
Okay, a little more oil in there?
A little bit more oil. And now we're adding the cooked rice. And this is the secret for great fried rice is you start with leftover rice. If you made a fresh pot of rice, it's too hot and steamy, and the rice is going to stick.
So you want the grains to kind of be individual grains.
Exactly. And now, look at this.
Cheese. Oh my God.
Absolutely no
Beautiful,
sticking,
yeah.
right?
And it comes together so quickly.
And I'm not used to this heat. I'm going to kick it up a little bit higher. And then all you have to do Al, can you just add the ham?
Okay. Ooh, ham. Like that.
Yeah. Scallions.
Okay.
And what is this seasoning?
That's a little white pepper, not all of it, just a pinch. Come on
I
now.
was going all in.
Really?
There we go.
Good. And then just a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
And so this goes so quickly. I call this, instead of a one pot meal, a one walk meal.
Wow.
Wow.
And what's the other dish you have here?
The other dish is Singapore noodles. Now, I want everyone to make this dish.
Here's your Singapore noodles.
But if you can't, you must go to Chinatown, to Hop Lee, 16 Mott Street, because the food is just fantastic. We had such a great meal, because Chinatowns all across the country need our support.
Absolutely.
And AAPI mom and pop eateries.
And they're not just restaurants. There are all these vegetable stands and food markets and kitchen supplies. So support your local Chinatown.
I want to try this too.
No question.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you so much. Really
Grace, thank
appreciate
you
it.
so much.
This is delicious. I've never had Singapore noodles before.
Really appreciate it. You guys should try this. Go make it right now. You can find the fried rice and Singapore noodle dish recipes from Grace's cookbook on today.com/todaytable.
One thing Maine is known for, it's the lobster.
Yeah.
And today you are in for a treat. We're talking lobster tater tots.
Ooh, we got a special delivery from my favorite restaurant. The founders of Cousins Maine Lobsters, Sabin Lomack and Jim Salikas are here, everybody.
Woo! Hi, guys.
Let me let you know something. You will never untaste this.
No, I know.
It's
I'm
going to sit
excited.
in your mouth for a long time.
Oh, you've had our food before?
Yeah.
Okay,
I've seen him at our restaurant too many times.
Exactly. He's a stalker.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I love this combination: tater tots and lobster. What do we start with? It's so
Tater
good.
tots are so
Tater
healthy,
tots.
you know? It's like,
yes.
We're gonna start with a cilantro lime sauce.
Okay.
And you guys are doing everything. So we
Yes,
have
let's do it.
lime juice, chipotle, cilantro.
Okay.
And we just throw
some
it all in
jalapeno.
there.
Throw it all in there.
Let's see how we can work together.
You guys,
Nice work,
such
guys.
a team.
Yeah,
I like what's going on over there. We're a whole team.
Nice work.
And then we put that on, and,
And you
of course
pulse
we're gonna.
it?
What if you want to make it a little milder? Because I know sometimes the chipotles will scare people.
We'll take the seeds out of obviously the jalapenos.
Oh, is that how it
to bring
happens?
down the heat.
Yogurt and sour cream.
Yogurt, sour cream, and mayo. So we'd mix
Wow.
these two into here.
Okay.
Unless you want to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Get
Yes,
in
come
there.
on, let's get some action over here. Let's see some
Come
movement,
on.
guys.
Nice work,
nice work.
Jenna, you want to put it all
pour it in,
together?
right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
right?
good. That's perfect.
And this is
You're
the
in
sauce for the tots.
This is the, yep, and I have some on my finger. This is so good.
Okay.
So that's our cilantro lime sauce that we're going to use. And when that is done,
Yes.
Come on, bring it on down.
we're going to the pico de gallo,
Okay.
which is just adding the white onion, cilantro, and jalapeno into one
I like
little
that you'll
heavenly
have
bowl.
kind of a Texas vibe with your lobster.
Yeah.
We had to have a little spice, so obviously
she's going
Yeah,
salt.
get some more
she's
salt
going
and
salt.
pepper.
Y'all don't put a little salt
Hey,
in?
whatever you want to do.
you're
It's
in
your
charge.
show. You know,
Your recipe.
We're just here.
Give me some more salt.
A little bit of lime juice.
A little more salt.
And
A little more salt.
Okay, yeah, well, he's
Wow.
from Louisiana.
We like the salt.
Okay, we're gonna go down here. And then so that's our pico de gallo with a little bit of lime juice, and then
Beautiful.
it is
It's time for Maine.
our main
Time for
lobster.
Maine to shine.
and we've been ready for Maine to show
We've
up.
been Maine.
Yeah, so here we are with a little bit of lemon butter in the skillet.
Lemon butter.
And
Oh, by the way, lemon butter, that's bougie. That is bougie.
Wait, okay, I have a question. Lobster's kind of expensive. Is there ways, like, would you ever buy it frozen or no?
We buy everything from Maine.
Okay.
You know, and here's the thing: if you can get lobster, get it wherever you want. You
Yeah.
know, we always say buy Maine lobster.
Yes.
But you know, just indulge yourself and
Yes.
treat yourself. We call it an affordable luxury.
And it's like a once a year, a fancy date night
Once a
sit.
year.
Well, I know.
unless you're our mothers.
He spends time in San Tropez.
It sounds like Justin, and when he wakes up at 1:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
that's when he's having, or in the afternoon,
yeah.
that's when he's having his lobster.
100% with some caviar and champagne. His life.
You guys are like shrimp. It's like it's like a quick cook, like shrimp.
You're just putting, you're
Very
taking
quick.
the chill off of it. So we're done with that. So what you would do here is the finished product, which is the tater tots, and then we would go with the lobster meat. We throw that on top,
Okay.
messy
Come on,
way.
generous portions.
Yeah, be generous.
Be generous.
Yeah. The whole thing on there.
Okay.
And then pico and cilantro lime sauce.
So it's like
Justin, you want to throw the pico on?
On our food trucks and our restaurants, this is one of the most popular shareable items because
Yes.
it's, you know, kind of you can get a lobster roll, you can get some you would share.
I'm not sharing this with anybody.
Are you going to share this with anyone?
Not including her today, okay?
He likes to eat it himself.
Oh.
Wait, now, y'all, where are your food trucks? Are they everywhere?
Yeah, we're in 26 states throughout the country. We
Wow.
have 40 trucks that we've franchised throughout the nation and 10 restaurants as well. So
my gosh.
if you guys aren't doing anything later,
Yeah.
you want to open a truck or restaurant, let us know.
Actually, maybe we should go into business together. Should we open a truck?
Do we just become best friends?
I think so. I think we do.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, enough of Jimmy. You guys need to try it.
Okay, come on, try it.
you.
I'm going to try it, and then we're going to make something I'm really excited about. This is a little Texas, a little Maine.
You guys eat, I'll explain. We're making lobster quesadillas. So we wanted to, our first food truck was in California, in Los Angeles. So we wanted to have a little bit of a flair of not just lobster rolls. And these are really easy to make at home. So you're going to put your tortilla right down on a skillet in a hot pan, maybe some spray or a little butter. In this instance, we didn't do anything.
It kind of looks like a pizza coming to life. Right?
Oh, I love pizza.
Yeah, it does.
All right, so you want to throw some cheese onto this guy?
Sure, sure.
All right, you want to throw some lobster onto this?
Yes.
I had a feeling. All right, so let's put lobster. Just get crazy with it.
Yeah.
And
do you put it on one side or do you?
You know, it's your world.
Okay.
We've
perfect.
learned that you guys are just doing your own thing.
Well, that's
today.
true.
And evidently you pay our light bills in West Hollywood for the restaurants. So
Oh,
thank
100%.
All right.
And by the way, we never get lobster like this. Can you hand me that lobster over there too?
Oh, yeah, you're not going to. Believe me, you think my man's going to
Fold
put
it
it with
over.
carbs?
You went over.
Guys, you gotta fold. We gotta
Fold
do
it
fold.
over. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It's more like a calzone.
I was gonna say,
but
it's
you know,
huge.
Do you have to flip this thing or?
You have to flip it, and you kind of just.
I'm going to open it so my man can eat it without the carbs. He doesn't
put like 16
his
pounds of
body is a
lobster in
temple.
This is
Not today.
This is not a true representation of how much lobster meat's in the quesadilla.
This is just insanity. All right, so a nice flip.
Ooh,
Okay, afterwards,
okay.
same sauce we're going to drizzle over, which Jim left on the other side of the table.
my bad.
Some
Here you
pico
go.
de gallo. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it so
Oh
delicious?
my gosh.
You gotta try this. Jenna's already eating. She doesn't even care about the rest of the recipe.
By the way, who am I kidding? This is not mine. This is mine.
Wow.
That would have been amazing.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And to get these recipes, head to today.com/food.
2 recipes that will help cut out the fat, but these are recipes that are still delicious, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So in my house, we are strict adherents to Taco Tuesday.
And isn't that a good day?
Taco Tuesday.
It's like you wake up, the kids wake up in the morning, it's like, it's Taco Tuesday. And then
Yes.
the whole day is good.
Everybody's
Everything's
happy.
set.
Everybody's happy.
So this is actually, we make a tater tot taco casserole.
That sounds
It
delicious.
is divine, but we can't be doing that every day.
Oh, okay.
So what
got
we
excited,
did,
though.
we're doing a quinoa sweet potato taco.
Wow.
Absolutely wonderful. We're going to roast these vegetables. We, of course, want to put a little olive oil. We're going to do a little bit of salt and then toss that around. That'll go into an oven, 350 degrees, just until they're super.
Now, with your sweet potatoes, not to cut you off, now, how do you cut them? What's your secret?
Oh, okay.
'Cause I
Well,
find
so
that-
first we're going to peel them. And yes, they're not the easiest thing. But what you always want to remember is that you're going to need to give it a flat side. If you've got something that rolls and
Yeah.
you've got fingers that can get involved in a really sharp knife,
Yep.
honey, I'm sorry.
That's the reason you eat the tater tots right there.
Yeah, it's always a
So
flat
then
side.
a flat side. So
No.
now we would go here.
tots
Do
don't
you see
count.
how much easier that is?
Right.
And now we have our nice uniform
tots are
pieces.
good.
Flat side if it rolls, onions, all that. So we are going to saute some vegetables. We have red onions and peppers. That's going into a nice hot pan. We want to cook that down until it gets super wilted, get that flavor going. Now, one of the things, taco seasoning has more sodium in it. I mean, if I eat it the next day, I cannot get my rings off.
Wow.
My face is
It
so
does.
bloated, I can't even open my eyes.
So you make your own.
So I make my own. So we have, and we're going to do it in this sour cream. You could always do Greek yogurt if you wanted to. We have a little bit of salt, cumin, and chili powder, cilantro,
What is that,
and
lemon
a
juice?
little lime
Oh,
juice.
lime juice.
honey. And now we're going to mix that up. So now we're going to get away from all that sodium, chemical-laden taco season packet and roll right over
That's
here.
good.
What's the verdict, guys?
That's delicious.
You got
Great.
a microwave there.
Oh gosh, thank you, honey. That's my best tip.
Yeah.
So if you have an avocado that is hard as a rock,
Yes.
you can
Yes.
stick it in the microwave for 10 seconds, no longer, 10 seconds.
It'll ripen
and
it up?
it will be soft.
Stop it.
Stop it.
I'm not kidding you.
This
My
was
wife
worth the
provides
whole
Wait a minute.
softball.
I mean, I'm serious.
This
Here.
is 10 seconds. In the microwave.
This is like guacamole every day.
I know. Well, you know that is.
It's going to be trouble for us.
Hold on.
All right, how do we do it?
Well, you know what? Let's get to
Okay,
the
never mind.
lobster pasta.
I'm sorry.
We'll let Roker
You
handle
work
that.
on that, Roker.
So what do we have
now,
here?
one of my most favorite things in the world is a lobster macaroni and cheese.
But this
I'm
will be ready
obsessed.
next week.
But again, we can't do that every day. So we're going to switch out. We're going to do a spaghetti squash lobster
wife loves the
pasta.
spaghetti
That's good
Isn't it wonderful? With a lot of spring vegetables. I mean, we are really, we're
what? It's a little
getting
hard.
there. And
2 more
you,
seconds.
what?
It was a little hard.
Give it 2 more
No, it was-
seconds.
I don't know that it was on. Did it turn on?
Yeah.
Oh, the numbers were going down.
Okay.
In my
Let's
world.
finish the lobster
I
pasta.
promise it works. Okay, so anyway, we want to get out all of these seeds. We're going to flip this
Take
over.
the foil off.
Add just a little bit of water to this pan. That will stop it from drying out. We're going to cook that for about 45 minutes. And then we're going to make our sauce. So we have a little bit of lemon juice. We have a little bit of lemon zest, chili powder. Mix
chili.
that together. And then everything goes into the pot. And then we have this fantastic dish that is super light, super healthy, and absolutely
I see
delicious.
some sweet peas there, frozen
I know,
peas.
don't you love the frozen peas?
What's the verdict, guys? What's the verdict on the pasta?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Avocado
You're still
did
trying to
soften
cook
up.
Still a little hard.
Okay, Al, you are not. That is not the truth. I don't.
I think it softened up a little.
Al thinks this is
terribly
Mythbusters.
sorry.
This is
Yes.
delicious.
Okay, I asked
I
him.
agree.
I asked them if they
No, I
thought.
said it was soft.
We'll get to the bottom
It
of
was
the
as hard as
avocado
that
dilemma.
tape.
All right.
It was like a baseball.
It's
The
fantastic.
recipes
It's perfect.
is today.com
18 more minutes.
/food.
Okay, so we asked self-proclaimed mac and cheese connoisseur and our friend David Rose, he's a chef and author and Food Network TV personality, to dish out his best mac and cheese recipe. He's joining it from his home in Atlanta. David, I mean, who knew mac and cheese could get better?
Yeah,
but
David, we're going to kick it up a notch. We like the idea.
Several notches.
Okay.
Several notches. Okay, what do we need? If we're going to go shop today for what we're going to cook, what do we need?
Okay, first off, you need the lobster, you need cheese, you need heavy cream, you need spices. But the lobster is what truly makes this macaroni and cheese exceptional. So very first thing you want to do, what I have here in my cast iron pan, because you're in the South, so you got to have cast iron. I have lobster knuckle meat and claws. Feel free to use lobster tails if you want to as well. Shrimp, chicken, bacon, you make it yours. So right now we have it lowly and slowly poaching in some butter, some garlic, some parsley, a little bit of salt, and white pepper.
How long
Let
does that
do
take?
its thing.
Yeah.
About 5 to 6 minutes, and you don't want to rush this process because seafood can cook very quickly, and you don't want to overcook it. So when it's nice and bright and red, and it still has a little bit of give to it, you know, that's when you know it's ready. So what you do next then, Hoda, what you do next, Jenna, is you remove that luscious, delicious, plump, red, sweet lobster meat. Take that out.
with
But
the
what
butter,
you want
too.
to do,
You're
you
putting
see
the
that
butter in
lobster
there.
fat,
Yeah.
the butter, all that stuff that's
Yeah.
in there, you want to keep that lobster fat and butter in there. What you want to do next is,
Can you use frozen lobster? I know, does that sound like something?
but if you-
could
Yes.
you? Yes. Okay, good.
Yes, this is actually frozen lobster right here. It'll be our secret. But most seafood actually comes to the market frozen already. You just want to thaw it out and just make sure all the water is removed out of it. But yes, frozen seafood works that way. You can have it in the freezer. When you're ready, take it out. You're good to go.
Can you make some
Great
sauce
question.
for us?
Please.
Yes, let's make sauce because you got to have a nice creamy macaroni and cheese sauce in there. So what we have here, lobster fat, butter. You want to do next is you want to make your roux. A roux is very simple, very easy. It's a fancy French word for equal parts butter or fat and flour. And what you do is you just
Add that flour.
very slowly add the flour to the lobster fat and the butter, because the first thing you learn in culinary school is fat is flavor. So the lobster fat and the butter, it's delicious. It's going to kind of intensify that lobster flavor even more. All right, so once it comes together, it happens very quickly.
Okay.
It's kind of like a wet sand-like consistency.
Yes.
So if you can see right there, so that's the roux. That's going to thicken up our cheese sauce. All right, so let's get going. The fun
What
stuff.
cheese? What?
Heavy.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, heavy cream.
Okay, what we have here is. Here you go. All right. We have pepper jack for a nice mild spiciness. We have Parmesan for a nice little nutty sweetness. And we have sharp cheddar for that nice little tang where it hits you right back here. So it's all about balance. All about balance, ladies. All right, so very easy. Don't blink. You might miss the steps. To the roux, you add the heavy cream
Heavy.
because we're making mac and cheese, so why count calories?
Yeah, we ain't.
So heavy cream. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it, right, ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you add that heavy cream, and then you bring the heat up to a boil.
Okay.
What you're doing right now is you're allowing that lobster fat, you're allowing that butter and that flour that made our roux to now meld and sort of homogenize with that heavy cream. And as that starts to thicken, we're going to add our cheese sauce. So while that's doing that thing, we want to impart even more flavor, because any chance I have to add more flavor, I do it, because why not? So into there, we add a little bit of garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne for a little bit of heat, black pepper, and smoked paprika for a little bit of smokiness.
Look at that.
Now, it's good to know that this recipe, I actually make it on the grill, because the grill has a nice smoky note, and it just adds a nice sweetness and balance even more so to that lobster mac and cheese.
Wow.
Okay, and now what?
I assume we got to add the cheese. We got to do it real quick.
Yes, we got to add the cheese. Okay, so it starts to thicken up. We add all that lovely cheese in there, like that. We give it a nice little whisk. All right, and once that starts to come together, get nice and thick and become our cheese sauce, we want to add our pasta.
Yes.
I love using cavatappi. It's Italian for corkscrew, and I love the holes and the grooves. That's going to actually seal it and kind of, capture all of that sauce. And I'm all about that good saucy noodle. Nobody wants to dry macaroni.
Yeah, you're right.
No,
So
no.
you just
All right, so we add that there. Add that baby in there. Lobster back in there like
that
that.
baby in there.
Add a little bit more of cheese,
yes,
because why
sir.
not? And then we fold that bad mamma jamma like they're together.
Yes.
Mamma
Everything nice
jamma,
and
I know
friendly.
your
Will you show
generation.
us?
And
Show us.
And
Wait, a little
we
bit
want
more.
to add that Parmesan cheese on top.
We don't have
Want to
enough
add
cheese.
that Parmesan cheese for that nice brulee.
I agree.
We put that into the grill. We put that into the oven. Take it out.
Bake it.
Bada bing.
Show us.
Bada boom.
Did you send us
Wait,
any?
let's see.
Oh,
wait.
Bam!
That's
Right there. You see that brulee?
Just
Ladies, can you
just
smell
a
it?
fork.
Can you smell it, ladies? Can
Yeah.
you smell it?
please, please.
Yo.
I just want to hug that cheese. Can you pass me
gotta
that
come to
cheese?
Atlanta.
Please, David,
Yes,
I
I
just
got
want a
you. Here,
hug.
here.
I want a
Take the
hug.
cheese.
I want
Take
a
it out.
hug.
Virtual hug.
David,
So
this
since
was
you're not here-
awesome.
Oh, look, he's feeding me. Okay, ready?
Piping hot. Hi, here you go. Where's your mouth?
My mouth is there.
Can you taste it?
All the taste and none of the calories. Thank you, David.
David, that was amazing.
welcome.
Oh, gotta
My
love
pleasure,
him.
ladies.
By the way, he makes. I mean,
I love
it's
him.
amazing, but there's something about David that adds the special sauce.
Exactly.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. He's the best.
Alejandro Ramos is here, hosting, by the way, congrats, on the new PBS show called The Great American Recipe. So who better to put a twist on some American classics? And with the 4th of July coming up, if you want to cook with us, by the way, you can scan the QR code for this recipe and order the ingredients with just a single click. Just select add ingredients to cart, schedule that pickup or delivery. Literally could not be easier. Alejandra, what doesn't seem easy to me is a clam bake. It's something I would buy a ticket to go to because I couldn't possibly do this at home, but that's not the case.
No, it's not the case, and I've got a really fun kind of twist on it for you. So we're making a sheet pan clam bake.
Okay.
And that just makes it so much simpler. So we're gonna start out by par cooking the potatoes. Basically, you wanna get them cooking first so that they cook at the same time as the seafood.
Okay, so these are just whole potatoes.
You don't want raw potatoes with your delicious
Right.
seafood, and you don't wanna dry out the seafood. About 7 minutes, boil them, perfect, ready to go. Then you
Mhm.
put them on a sheet pan, and then you add all the fun stuff. So this is like, you can help me out here. We've got
Yep.
some andouille sausage. We've got some chorizo, which is my absolute favorite in the world. Just throw them
Yep.
on there. Corn, and then of course our clams.
Yep.
I'm using cherry stone.
Picture the herbs in here,
these little
too.
neck herbs.
That's- what is that,
delicious,
parsley,
right? We've got some
cilantro?
parsley, some thyme. Yeah, you could do
Cloves of
tons
garlic.
of garlic. I love a lot of garlic in everything I make.
Well, this is easy, so it's
Yes,
like a
this is
one
super
sheet.
Easy, yeah. Shrimp and mussels too. And you know what? This is the sort of thing like see what's good, right? You can pick and choose. What is your family like? You can have lobster. if
How
you
much
feel
prep
it
do you have to do the shrimp? You just
Literally, you just want get the easy
Devein
peel
them
ones.
and- okay.
Just buy them peeled already, and then
Okay.
spread them all out. And then it looks beautiful like this. And then what we do is we make our mixing liquid.
Yep.
So over here, I've got 2 cups of wine, some delicious melted butter that adds so much flavor, seafood seasoning.
I think I could do this.
Yeah, you could do this.
Yep.
Smoked paprika. You mix this all up. And I love this because you're just getting so many great flavors here, and then you just pour that right on the pan.
All of it. You don't save any for later. just
No,
let it rip.
no. Let it all go.
We've got our tasters over
Yeah.
there.
Are they-
How
what
does
do you
it
guys
taste,
think?
guys?
Good.
Fantastic,
Delish?
right?
Love the
Feels like the
sausage.
best. Holiday
Yes.
weekend.
Sausage surprise.
Yeah.
That's good.
I love the spicy sausage.
How's the
That's
heat?
my
Heat's
favorite.
good, huh? Okay,
Here's
good.
the thing,
Yeah.
so you cover this with foil, like really tightly wrapped.
Yep.
Pop it in the oven.
For how long?
It depends, about 25, 35 minutes. Just check it. Basically, you want the clams to be
The
open.
clams to open up?
Once the clams are open,
It'll
you're
look like
ready to
this,
feast.
yeah.
Looks how gorgeous. You
Wow,
put it in
that's
the middle of the
amazing.
table, serve it with some bread, more melted
look at this.
butter.
Okay.
Everybody can feast, enjoy like our beautiful.
Great.
What do you guys? Delicious, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
Perfect.
simple.
It is simple.
So
You make it look
simple.
simple.
I love
What
it.
else are you making?
And all right, so my other thing is I love things that have a little bit of Latin flair. You know why? Almost, you know.
I love it.
So
Gotta
we're doing,
represent.
we gotta represent. So we're doing a Mexican street corn style pasta salad. So basically taking that elote esquites,
All right, let's
mashing
build it.
it
We
with
got
the
30
macaroni
seconds. Let's
salad.
dump it in.
Okay, so you char up your corn,
Yep.
make a sauce with some mayonnaise, some chili, some chipotle, all of that.
Salt.
You mix it all in with the macaroni.
Oh, here it is. Yes.
That's good.
This is a great idea.
That's the important part. You're gonna taste it.
That's a great
Get all
I don't
those
love
flavors
like
in there.
macaroni salad that much either,
This is good.
but a street corn version of it I like.
You know what too? Because I don't like getting the corn in my teeth,
my
so I
God.
like being able to eat it
really
with
good.
a spoon.
That's
Delicious, right?
if nothing else. Steal this idea.
Yay!
Despite rising food prices across the country, lobster rolls still remains quite popular. NBC News correspondent and host of Stay Tuned over on Snapchat, Savannah Sellers, went to Maine to meet the real Luke behind Luke's Lobster.
There is a Luke, and we went fishing for lobster together. It was really fun, actually. Yeah, we did. We did. I think you'll see some of that. We actually caught a lot. I'll tell you about it after, too. But that's right. Luke Holden is a third-generation lobsterman who started a career in finance in New York. But then after searching for his go-to comfort food and not finding it here, he realized a new dream. Take a look.
I loved the excitement of dropping a trap overboard, letting it sit for a couple of days, and hauling it up and just wondering what was inside.
Luke Holden grew up on the Maine coast, obsessed with lobster.
I'm actually a third-generation lobsterman, so I grew up on the working waterfront. I love this industry. I love being a part of it.
After graduating from college and getting a job in finance, it was that first love that sparked an idea.
But you didn't think at first that you necessarily were going to do this, right?
I had a great experience on it. It was a job. I was sitting at my desk on a summer Sunday afternoon. I was missing home. I went online looking for something that reminded me of home, which was a Maine-style lobster roll. And there was nothing.
So Luke approached his dad with a business proposal to bring a quintessential Maine lobster shack to the middle of Manhattan.
He looked at it, he said, "I think you can open a lobster shack in New York City for $35,000 And I said, "Yeah, I think I can. Let's try it." And so he actually borrowed against his 401k to come up with half the money.
Okay, so you've got the money. You're like, I need a partner. So what'd you do?
I wrote this post up that I put on Craigslist. It was like first time I've ever probably gone on Craigslist.
You'd never needed a couch or something before.
The post was something like, I have no experience, limited funding, and like, we just got to figure this out together. And I got like 700 responses, and then I come across Ben's.
I met Luke, and it was immediately clear that like, this is a guy who has one passion his whole life, and that's lobster.
The two signed a lease and just 30 days later opened Luke's Lobster.
I left Ben and my father that morning at like 8:30.
Because you, by the way, still have a day job.
And I'm like, good luck. You know, not really expecting that really we're gonna do any sales. So it's like noontime and absolute crickets. Like 2 o'clock, either Ben or my father services when they're like, yeah, there's a line around the block. Like Jeff's heading back up to Maine to go get more lobster.
7 months later, Luke quit his day job.
I took the $35,000 salary and no health insurance. I was all in.
What'd your mom think of that?
My mom cried.
But her concern was short-lived. Over the next 10 years, Luke and Ben launched 40 lobster shacks across the country and world.
All right. Wow, it's kind of interesting you put the shoe on first.
And they did something else to expand too.
We realized that having the direct connection to the fishermen, we were ultimately going to have to control our own destiny by starting our own seafood production plant here in Maine and not having to kind of go out on the open market and buy lobster from whoever happened to be selling.
Today, Luke's Lobster controls everything from ocean to table.
I mean, we've been in charge of that lobster from the moment it was caught.
All right. But when COVID hit, so did a whole new set of problems.
It was like I was a little kid. I literally called my father and I said, I just need you to come to work today. And I was like, just crying. We were over 600 people at the height of 2019. We laid off everybody besides 23 people.
Wow.
Which is crazy. And then we just,
Yeah, no, it's hard.
and then we just like started making plans.
Slowly but surely, they've built back.
I mean, how do things feel for you right now?
There's like light at the end of the tunnel. The sun is starting to shine. It's lobster roll season.
Speaking of which,
All right. I have to tell you all something, a little bit of a confession. This is actually going to be my first lobster roll.
What?
Like ever.
That blows my mind though.
It's really good. I know you have 2 little daughters. Do you think this is going to be a 4th generation lobstering family?
I have a 3-year-old who will have a license when she's 7. I want them to be very comfortable in the ocean, and I suspect they'll love just the excitement of putting that trap into the ocean and pulling it up and seeing what's inside. And I'm like really excited to teach them about that.
Oh.
What a lovable
great guy.
I know, he was so great. And now, as many companies had to do during COVID, Luke's team pivoted to keep their business going. They started an e-commerce site to sell fish directly to customers, and they launched a line of products at Whole Foods. It's actually 2 revenue streams that not only kept Luke's Lobster afloat, but all the fishermen they support, people like Captain Steve Train, who was in that piece, showed me how to fish for lobster, showed me how to band up the claws, everything. It was pretty cool.
Oh,
Thanks, Captain.
Wait, you actually did the banding?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's a little
with this
scary.
tool and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very
By the
scary.
way,
And when you pull them out.
Thanks to Luke's.
Yeah.
These are great.
So what are your thoughts on lobster rolls?
I liked it. Yeah. I'm not big on. Craig loves it. I mean,
And do you like butter on it? It's butter, and what's the other one? It's like a mayonnaise.
You can have it more mayonnaise-y. This is the perfect mix of seasonings. It's not too...
You've got a piece of it. Flip it. Be careful.
Thank you, Craig. Dropping
This is
lobster.
great. Well done.
Really good.
And we always love it when people bring food into the studio now.
You're welcome back
Another
anytime.
summer back to normal. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Luke's.
I forgot how to eat. I just bit my cheek.
No.
Oh, that is the worst. You need to slow down.
I was like inhaling it.
So excited?
The weather's going to be good in your neck of the woods this weekend. Go ahead and check that picnic lunch off your summer bucket list.
We have just the guy to help fill your picnic basket. Matt Abdu is the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, and soon also to be in Long Island City and Palm Beach, Florida this fall. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We've got a lot of exciting things in the works. We're super excited to be back here, though. How cool is that?
See you, and you're looking fit.
Thank you. We're working on all of those good health things, you know, but trying to get there. But we got some beach snacks and lunches to bring today,
so what
right?
should we do? You say a crunchy chicken wrap is the way to go.
Fan of chicken salad. I love chicken salad.
Yeah,
and I know
too.
it's going to be contentious, but like I also love grapes in my chicken
I'm
salad.
with you.
Some
Me
people like
too.
it, some
I'm
people
with
don't.
you.
If you don't put them in. It's totally okay.
that's
But I also love making it with rotisserie chicken because it's like already done, it's already cooked. Who doesn't love rotisserie chicken? It's inexpensive, it's everywhere. So all we're going to do, we're going to really quickly just take some rotisserie chicken, break it down into the breast, the legs, the thighs, and we're just going to chop up the meat. There does not have to be anything sort of fancy. Just chop it up into little chunks or pieces, just like that.
Yep.
And then for the legs and thighs, just shred the meat. Really, really simple, really, really easy.
Okay.
Save the bones, because if you want to make soup later with it, you can put some water, carrots, onion, celery, make a really
or
quick
you
chicken
can give
stock.
it to your dog.
Chicken broth.
You know,
And then what we have here is all of
how
our
you
chicken
use your
meat.
bone. Yeah.
Super easy. Next, to cut our grapes, we're going to give this little trick that everyone
This is a
loves.
hack.
This is the great hack. You can use it for cherry tomatoes.
Should
you
I
can use
try
it with
it, or are you
grapes.
scared for me?
I'm not scared for you.
Wait,
Go
what's
for it.
about to
Think you do it?
happen?
So you put the grapes between two.
Two deli containers that holds them in place, and then you can just serrate, slice. Jenna, look at you, girl.
Look at that. Now
I am so impressed.
It cut in half.
Well
and that's
done.
smart.
Clean cut. I've
Well
never
done.
seen that. That's so cool.
That's a high five right there.
That's
great
a
work.
good hack.
You're sous chef. You're hired. All right. So now in our mixing bowl, we're gonna take that rotisserie chicken meat, the whole chicken, everything we have. We're gonna put it in our bowl with some plain old mayonnaise.
Of course.
And then to that, we're gonna add just a handful of grapes or so, whatever we want in there. I got a little hot sauce, whatever your favorite one is.
Yum.
Some Dijon mustard. If you don't like Dijon, if it's too spicy for you, you can leave it out. You can even put a little yellow mustard in there if that's what you want. Some freshly chopped parsley.
Wow.
Fresh lemon juice. I love bright citrus to the chicken salad. It gives it, kind of just wakes it up, brings all those flavors nicely together. Some chopped shallots. This can be sliced scallions if you don't have shallots. And again, some crunch. Chicken salad crunch wraps.
Yep.
We got some smoked pecans to crunch those grapes.
I thought you were going to put some chips up in there.
Well, we're getting there.
We're not
and
there
so last
yet.
but not least, some chopped celery. So it's pretty much just standard chicken salad that we
look
love.
at that. That's
Get a little bit of
beautiful.
salt and pepper, mix it all together, and then we're going to slide down over here. And we're going to put it into our wraps. Now, these are great. Any sort of wrap is a great thing to bring to the beach.
Yeah.
Just because it's self-contained, they're easy to eat.
Yes.
And once all of our meat gets all mixed together, we're just going to take a good spoonful of it.
That's
We're going to put it right in the center of
thank you,
our
Jen.
Happy lunch.
wrap. I have a spinach wrap here, but if you guys want tomato wraps or whole wheat wraps, whatever
This
you can
looks
find. But
incredible.
this is the kicker, guys. We're going to take some kettle cooked potato chips.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to crunch them up, put them right on top, and we're just going to wrap them up to give that extra crunchy effect to the wrap.
Oh, Mac.
And chicken salad crunch
chip.
wraps, bring it to the beach,
Oh,
and you're
it's
good.
so good.
And you're good to go.
Okay, you pair this with your grandmother's
This is
eggplant.
Grandma Ruth's smoky eggplant puree. It's basically baba ganoush. It's one of the things that I grew up eating. I absolutely love it. You can make it, put it in a little deli container, put it in the cooler, bring it to the beach,
Yes.
bring some pita chips or potato chips or veggies, dip it in and go nuts. And any good beach plan has to have a sweet to bring at the
dessert.
end.
What do we got?
And what's better than a Blondie bar?
Oh,
but these are
wait, I
beach
gotta
Blondie
move over to
bars,
that.
Pig Beach Blondie bars.
Let's do one of those,
So,
Jenna.
You can
Blondie
get these
bar.
at Pig Beach?
You can. They're on the sweets menu at Pig Beach right now. They're just basically a white brownie, guys. But in the middle of it, we have some
Come on.
butterscotch chips and white chocolate chips in there to really bring it all together.
Matt,
They're
this is
perfect
so
for bringing to the beach.
delicious.
Self-contained, easy, no mess.
By the way, how do you store these sandwiches so we don't ruin them?
So the best way to do it, guys, if you're going to make these sandwiches before you go to the beach, pre-make them without the chips, and then when you're ready, open them back up, put the chips in so the chips don't get soggy or stale.
Bring them in the cooler.
That way they
throw 'em
stay
in.
nice and crunchy.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Every bite is great.
I'm having this for lunch.
To get these recipes, you can head to today.com/food. Matt,
Thank you
thanks.
so much, Matt. Congratulations.
Congrats on the
Thank you
empire.
for having me back.
Yeah.
It's so great to be back in the plaza, everybody. We love it.
You're back.
Oh, this is so great. And we are going on a picnic, and I'm bringing a whole lot of delicious stuff, so I hope that you guys are showing up with your
We're ready.
appetite.
Oh,
okay.
for sure.
So I like to say
pasta salad is always
yeah.
good to bring on a picnic.
And everything is better with bruschetta. So that we're going to be making a bruschetta pasta salad, and you won't believe how easy it is. So here what I've done is I have, according to the package directions, just boiled and drained 4 cups of pasta. You don't want to do the whole box because I don't want to dilute the bruschetta. And here I have a plum or Roma tomato. You're going to dice about 5 of these, super small, and you can
Do you
see
like these
here.
because they're not as like juicy? The juices
Yes,
don't run all
they're
over
not
the
as
place.
liquidy, but you can use any tomatoes that you have in your house. You do want to just drain some of the liquid out so that you don't dilute the flavors. So here I have 5 of them. I'm going to put this in. So Dylan, why don't you throw in that's just going to be red onion.
But tell us about the pasta because it's not.
So this is a protein pasta. You could do a bean or lentil-based pasta. There's so many varieties out there. But truly, if you want to stick with a regular, that's minced garlic. Let's put that in.
minced
Yes.
garlic.
And how great
A little bit of salt, a little bit
So
of
don't
pepper.
kiss anyone after you go
Yeah.
on this picnic.
But except that they'll be eating it also.
That's
so it
true.
sort of neutralizes.
Garlic neutralizes.
And this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And the signature herb, this is going to be minced basil. And the more, the better. So you can mix that up.
Okay. Are we
And
putting
the-
this in too?
Oh, and that's balsamic vinegar. Yes.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
really good.
This is really good.
And then you could mix this up, Dylan, and you could put in the option for either shaved Parmesan or some of these pearl mozzarella. Yeah. And this is what it looks like. And you pop it in the fridge and let all those flavors mingle together. And I'm telling you, even the next day,
Tastes
it
so
becomes
fresh.
better and better.
so
Yes.
good. Yeah.
And it's light and it's filled with fiber, nutrition, and protein.
That's actually great pasta
Isn't that
too.
good?
that
really
it's-
good. And it could sit in
Yeah,
a
that's a
picnic
protein
basket for a little
pasta.
while.
Yes, exactly.
These vegetables, sometimes, when you cook with vegetables, you get worried they're going to be too bland. How do you marinate them, and then how do you know when they're ready?
So this is one of my most favorite recent creations. It is a hearty veggie hero with pesto. And so what I start with here, let's do the marinade. So this is just apple cider vinegar. And you can also swap in champagne vinegar, balsamic vinegar, red wine vinegar. Now I'm putting in Italian seasoning. Jill, you throw in the salt and the pepper. And we whisk this up. And while you're whisking it, you're going to pour in some extra virgin olive oil so it'll emulsify. Yes. Now, I have my vegetables of choice for this sandwich. We have eggplant, artichoke, zucchini, red onion.
I love how you say it.
I know. I get excited over vegetables.
You pour it right
And
over there, huh?
You pour it right over, you mix this up, you let it marinate. If you have the time for about 30 minutes, then you put it out on baking sheets in a single layer, pop it in the oven at 400 and let it roast for about
roast it.
Yes, 20 to 25 minutes. Then you're ready to build. So here we have a shareable sandwich and I layer on the roasted, yummy, caramelized eggplant. So this is also loaded with fiber and nutrition. These are our zucchinis.
Oh, I love that there's red onion in there too.
I have red pepper. I have artichoke hearts.
This is not going
I
to be
feel
a
like
great
that.
Red onion. And then to take it over the top, guys, how's about this?
What is that?
Balsamic glaze.
Oh my goodness.
And we're not done. Some mozzarella, only if you want. You could keep it vegan if you choose.
Oh,
Is it yummy?
And then last but not least, there's pesto in the name. So,
Pesto is the best.
and yes, right. Bruschetta is better, and pesto is the besto.
I have to try
And then
that.
you put this over the top. You close your sandwich. You slice it up, and guys, nobody will be hungry.
Joy, this is
Everything about the
amazing.
sandwich
This
is
great?
perfect.
I
yeah.
know.
And I don't like veggie sandwiches, but this is
This
perfect.
might be one of the best veggie sandwiches I've ever
Me too.
tasted.
I'm
The
so
pesto
happy.
puts it over the top.
What's your technique to eat it?
We devoured it. You know what? You just dig in there. Look at this. You put this on top. Boom. I slice it into about 1 inch thick slices. I got to go in too.
This is so good. You know what I think it is? You roast the veggies. You don't miss meat. Like some people miss it.
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
Wow, it's really good, yeah.
And
You don't
what?
miss the meat, you're right.
If anybody wants to like cut the carbs, just eat it open faced.
Yeah,
It's so easy. Well,
this is why we're so glad you're back.
Yeah.
We finally get to eat it. Joy, thank
I
you so
know.
much. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Joining us this morning to share some of her favorite summer-inspired recipes, Erin French, chef, owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine, the star of the Lost Kitchen on Magnolia Network. To cook these dishes couldn't be easier, folks. Scan the QR code to order all the ingredients with one click. Select add ingredients to cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. Erin, clearly the table is all...
Insane.
Yeah.
So delicious.
So you've become quite the Today Show favorite pretty quickly.
Hey, it's easy with fried chicken.
Because here's the thing, the bar with fried chicken for a lot of folks is pretty high. This looks amazing. So walk us through the first step.
So the secret to this, this is a fennel fried chicken, which is just a little bit of a different twist on things. So it starts with the brine, and that's the real secret. So a brine is just gonna add flavor, it's gonna keep it juicy. So we just brine this overnight. It's got some fennel seed, it's got some black pepper, some bay leaves, some sugar, and then we cook it in the brine just to sort of...
cook it in the brine?
You cook it in the brine, you let it sit overnight, and then you cook it.
Okay.
Just because you don't wanna get that raw fried chicken when you're kind of moving along here. So it's already cooked, so you don't have to freak out. So you've got this all flavorful and ready to go. And then all you have to do is dredge and fry it. So Craig, if you just want to add in, this is some ground fennel.
More
you can just
fennel, okay.
Whisk it right in.
All right.
And that'll make it nice and flavorful.
And this is just regular flour here?
Regular flour.
Okay.
And then we're going to start to dredge. So
And you use the whole chicken?
we use the whole chicken, so
Alright.
you can have your butcher break it down into about 8 to 10 pieces, and then you can just dredge it in the flour and the fennel, a little bit of buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
So we just keep adding flavors, you can
Okay.
see, and then we go down to this mixture, and this is just ground cornflakes. I just broke them up.
That's
in a,
it.
I wondered if
That's
it
it.
was oats or something. It's so crunchy.
That's the secret, and it's really cheap cornflakes. That's really
That's
the
it.
secret. Cheap cornflakes, a little bit of cornstarch, and a little bit of flour, and that's
Okay.
it. So it's nice and dredged, and then we can just drop it right in the fryer. If you don't have a fryer, you can put it in a Dutch oven with 375 degrees.
And you make a really good point about not overcrowding the fryer.
You never want to overcrowd the fryer because then you're bringing the temperature down. And if you want crispy fried chicken, you have to keep that temp up. So it comes out, look at it, it's perfect. And then
so good.
So good.
It's so good.
So-
and
It's light. This is the lightest fried chicken.
so juicy.
And what are you
then
topping that with?
I'm just sprinkling some fennel pollen on top
the
for a little
fennel
extra
is like,
flavor.
I mean, that's the kicker. It's so good.
And not overpowering. It's like a subtle little flavor throughout.
What is it about the fennel, Erin, that you like so much?
I just like that little extra flavor. It's not just plain fried chicken, a little fennel, and it tastes kind of summery.
Taste it.
But then you add this other sauce, and this makes it even more delicious.
It
so
does.
I love rhubarb. I'm crazy about
Rhubarb,
rhubarb.
okay.
So rhubarb, a little sugar, a little vinegar, and then we add in some strawberries. So you have a strawberry, rhubarb, sweet and sour. that goes with your fried chicken.
And that's what you top it with.
That's what you top it with.
Oh my
You
gosh.
could also put it on
Nasturtiums.
shortcake and make it dessert.
Shortcake.
It tastes so good.
Edible flowers.
And to go with your fried chicken?
This is
You
delightful.
got to finish with a lemonade. So this is just
You
a
keep
Thai
talking,
basil
I'm gonna eat the
lemonade.
chicken. Yeah.
Thai basil lemonade. You just make a simple syrup, throw
you gotta
in
get
the
that
Thai
sauce,
basil.
Get the sauce.
I don't
Get
need
the
the sauce.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even
what you
need
think
it.
until you taste the sauce.
Wait, what is that base that you just put in there?
Thai basil lemonade.
That's what it
You
is.
Just top this in, and it's delicious, and
It's
it's just a little
basil.
bit different. Yes,
Aaron,
basil.
this is
Ridiculous.
This is
beyond.
Need
and my
lemonade as
mother's
well.
fried chicken is wow. So this is on the menu at the restaurant?
Because
No, she's not watching. This is on the menu.
This is not on the menu, but maybe it should be on the menu.
should
This is
be.
like-
It
this
should
be on
definitely
everyone's
be on the
menus.
menu.
wait, basil
Before-
and lemonade. Who knew?
Before we came on, I said, Aaron, you've got to open another restaurant in New
What
York
did I
City,
say?
maybe in Connecticut. And what was your response?
No way.
Oh, not no way.
She said, and why did you? I think it's fascinating why you said no way.
Because there's just no way. One restaurant I feel like is enough. I feel like I have 4 children right
50,000
now.
requests a year.
About
And she's only open
50,000
for like
postcards.
6 months. But what you said was, I'm in it for the love, not for the money.
Aw.
So that's another reason.
Well, we can
go.
taste the love.
Yeah.
Aaron Finch, thank you. Aaron's going to come back in the third hour. We're going to make the fried chicken all over again. No, I'm kidding. We're going to make
Should.
something else. By the way, to buy these ingredients and these recipes and more from our sponsor, Walmart, scan the QR code, or you can do the old-fashioned way, today.com/todaytable. Just so you know, Today earns a commission from our purchases through our links. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
Happy
Cheers
solstice.
indeed. Happy solstice. Cheers, Aaron. We got something special cooking this morning, folks. Anthony Porowski, one of the stars of the Emmy award-winning Netflix series Queer Eye. He's also a self-taught cook and a New York Times best-selling author. His latest cookbook is called Let's Do Dinner, and he is sharing one of his recipes for pasta salad. And who doesn't love a good pasta salad?
Yes. Hey.
Yes.
Especially for you after all those steps
I know.
earlier today.
Need
we
the
need a
carbo load.
Very good.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
We're starting with zucchini.
Yeah, how do you,
Yes.
so you marinate the zucchini?
Marinate zucchini, great way to sneak in those vegetables for those kids. It's green just like the pesto. So what I do is I just cut it really nice and thin.
Mm-hmm.
You can use a Y peeler, like that you would use for potatoes, just
Why?
to get the slices really nice
Or
and
a
thin.
mandolin?
Why? Why not? Or a mandolin would be good, but just watch out for your
Oh, yeah.
fingers
Yeah.
for
Okay.
those. So, fast track, you got a bunch of them here in a bowl, and now we want to marinate these to kind of soften and mellow them out a little because
Okay.
they're a little intense and crunchy. So lemon juice,
Okay.
lemon zest, free ingredient that comes with the lemon, never wasted, it's good in anything.
Okay.
Almost anything, a little bit of olive oil,
That's simple.
some salt. That's going to release some of the moisture. And let this sit for about 20 to 25 minutes. It's so worth it.
Okay.
And you don't have to wait because you're busy making other things.
So then once the zucchini marinates, are we going to make the pesto?
Pesto.
Okay.
So
And Anthony likes a bright pesto.
I love a bright pesto. Nothing makes me more sad. Well, maybe a couple of things do. Like if my dog is sick, but then like a brown pesto. So what I like to do is actually, if you put your blender canister in the freezer, the blade will stay cold. Or you can blanch your basil leaves, but I don't have time for that today.
got time?
So traditionally pine nuts, we're using almonds that I roasted, and then we're going to put a clove of garlic. You can add more.
You're roasting okay, I'm here for it.
Gotta toast your nuts.
Okay.
Gotta toast them.
Olive oil.
Gotta toast them.
Some
Just
salt.
don't look at Al. Just keep going.
And then you
He
basically
did that on purpose.
pulse it a bit.
Okay.
If we can
Maybe.
figure it out.
We'll just play like-
There you go. So you toast that. Let's pretend that it's perfectly
Yes,
formed.
yes, Okay. yes.
And then basil, a little by little. Yep,
Why
just
is
like
that?
that.
Why a little by
If
little?
you add too much, it's going to over-process.
Oh.
So basically, you're just going to keep on pulsing that, and then you add the parm at the end. Put it back on.
Okay.
Yum, yum.
And then we have some very salty pasta water here with some farfalle, some little
Salty
bow
like the
tie.
ocean?
Salty like the ocean. Taste it. 'Cause it's going to flavor everything.
I think I don't put enough salt in my water. I can try
Always
until
salt it more than you think you would. A lot of the salt is just going to go and be drained, but you don't want to drain this into the sink. You want to keep some of your pasta water.
Okay.
So what you do
Oh, yeah.
is
I'm
you
like
put
ready
this
to
in
try
here.
now.
We'll do one more. Try it. Why
I
not?
know, I'm like, I'm ready.
And
So
then we have our pesto,
Put the pesto.
which we plop in.
And you should do it while the pasta's
God.
warm?
While it's nice and warm, it's going to help everything
you
meld
kidding
nicely.
me?
And what is it about this kind of pasta that makes it? Why would you
I
not
just
use
love bow tie because it like kind of pesto is like nice and creamy and it gets in all the nooks and crannies. Also chili, chili flakes for a little bit of heat.
Oh my gosh,
And you
Anthony,
can
this
use
is amazing.
You can use whole wheat pasta. You can use brown rice pasta, but make sure to rinse
Will
it
it
because
taste
it's
this
too
good?
starchy. It will, and this can actually sit in the fridge nicely. You can bring this to like a nice little barbecue.
Oh my God.
This is good. This is
The
really
zucchini
good.
alone, I would put that on a salad. Like the marinated zucchini.
Marinated zucchini on its own with a little bit of
Oh my
parm and fresh
gosh.
pepper is a great, nice little plant-based app that you can do.
Why did you use the almonds instead of the pine nuts? Just out of curiosity.
They're less expensive. I love almonds. Get them at Costco, keep them in the freezer. And I feel like everyone has almonds at home.
I'm
You can
here
use
for this.
hazelnuts, walnuts. You can skip the nuts altogether if you want.
This is fantastic.
It couldn't be easier.
Oh my God, and that zucchini, isn't that good? Did you try the zucchini?
What would be a good? You're a classy guy. What would be a good wine to drink?
Ooh. A good wine, maybe because it's like summer, like a nice little, like a Friuli maybe, or like a nice little Pinot Grigio, nice and crisp.
This is amazing.
Next time you bring that too.
Thank you so much.
Anthony, this is great.
Thanks for having
I mean,
me.
I could do
Thank
this
you.
zucchini all day. Like I just
What's the name of the book again, Ant?
Let's do dinner.
Let's do dinner.
All right.
Good.
By the way, there's the book. If you want this recipe, you can go to
Get the recipe.
today.com/food. As always, we will be right back.
This might be my new favorite thing.
still hot outside, so I think it's a good time to wrap up our Cool for the Summer series with a refreshing edition of Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 treats to help you beat the heat. Joy, you are looking lovely this morning. How are you?
Oh, thanks, guys. I am going to woo your taste buds with 2 recipes that I think scream summer. And the first one is a summer cucumber salad with vibrant, fresh herbs. I hope you're going to love this. Very easy to put together. So here I have 3 cucumbers, and I'm going to show you quickly how I cut them, because a lot of people don't know how to get rid of the seeds. And for this particular recipe, it's important to do that.
Okay.
So I'm leaving the skin on for extra texture. So obviously I washed them and patted them dry. And I'm going to slice right down the middle, just like this. I'm going to pick this up to show you 2 halves. Now, most of the liquid is within the seeds. So I'm just going to use a spoon and scoop those seeds right out. Yeah,
Like a little cucumber boat.
just like this. It's very easy. Al, I love actually using these as boats and then stuffing them with things like chicken salad or shrimp salad.
There
It's
you
really
go.
fun.
Oh, that sounds good.
So now we're just going to cut them into super thin half moons. And I would do this for all 3 of them. I'm going to show you, see what the pieces look like. And the skin is edible. So just make sure you wash it. You get a little bit of extra fiber. You get a pop of color, but it keeps that firmness. Now, I have taken all 3 of them and I put them, let me see, I'm going to push this over here. Ian is on the side.
I like that. It just keeps going. Just like that.
We love Ian. And so I put them all in a colander, and I put the colander on top of a bowl because it will generate a little bit of liquid. We're going to get rid of some of the liquid within the pieces of the cucumber and also incorporate a little bit of salty goodness. So I added a 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and we're just going to let this sit for about 15 minutes.
Joy, how come you don't want any extra liquid in there?
Because I want the salad to be crisp.
Okay.
And we're gonna add in more liquid with the marinade, but I think that what will happen is the liquid from the cucumbers would dilute that bold flavor.
Okay.
Yeah. So now for the other fixins. So I have my bowl over here. I have
beautiful bowl.
this is
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. I got it as a gift. Big shout out to my girlfriends, my tap hand crew. And so these are thinly sliced red onion, but you can also use a large shallot. So I dump that right in. I'm adding 3 tablespoons of white wine vinegar, but really you can use apple cider vinegar, champagne vinegar, white balsamic vinegar, all the vinegars work, and 1 teaspoon of honey. And I let this sit for 10 minutes, and this is going to give it that delicious, sweet, pickly flavor.
Yum.
It really brings it together. So we're going to make believe that this has sat for 10 minutes, and I now take our cucumbers that have been sitting, I add them right in the mix, along with, this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. I'm only using 1.5 tablespoons. That's all you need. A little bit of crushed red pepper because I like the heat.
Yeah.
And now for the fresh herbs. So this is where it becomes a vibrant party. Normally, I do like to give swaps for dried herbs, but honestly, with this salad, you just really need the fresh herbs.
It's
and
also
anything
beautiful.
Works.
It really is.
Oh, thank you. So this is mint, what I put in, and now I'm putting in some parsley. But honestly,
But
guys,
any
it
green-
works with
any green
basil,
herb you want?
cilantro, any green herb you want. I love dill too. I tend to put a lot of dill in this as well. But this morning I'm
You
just
put
doing
Dylan in
the
there?
mint.
Nothing like
Dylan,
in
you
a
want to
salad.
jump on in here? A little bit of crushed, actually this is just ground black pepper, and we're just gonna look at this. We're just gonna mix this thing up. I'm gonna show you you see the red onions really pop it beautifully.
So you said that looks absolutely delicious, Joy, but we don't want to miss out on the strawberry lemonade because that looks just as yummy.
Oh yes. Okay, so we are totally switching directions, and every summer party needs a frozen strawberry lemonade.
Yum.
So It is ridiculously easy. Here's my beauty I've been sipping. So all you need to do is you take 2 heaping cups of frozen strawberries. And I would say frozen strawberries because this is going to act as your ice.
Okay.
And 2 cups. And this version, by the way, is so much lower in sugar and calories, and it's packed with vitamin C compared to traditional versions.
Okay.
This is a 1/4 cup of your lemon juice. And this is just a 12-ounce can of a lemon-flavored sparkling water.
Oh.
So I put that right in. It gives it an extra lemon
Little fizz.
boost.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is just a tablespoon of honey. And really, if you want it very tart, you can leave out the honey. So I don't want to cause a lot of noise, but we would blend this up. But of course, for Al, there's one more thing. I just went and grabbed his gin bottle.
That's the gin I drink. Hendrick's gin, baby. That's the
A
one.
little bit in there. And in the spirit
It's
of
the
research,
official
I want
gin
you
of
guys
black
to know,
guys.
I have tested it with vodka, tequila, light rum.
Oh,
It
tequila
all
would be
works.
good too.
Wow.
And so we would whirl this up right in the blender, only 20 seconds, because you don't want to over puree it because it will get
Oh
too
my gosh,
thin.
Well, Joy,
it makes
before we
3
go-
huge heaping cups. You'll
Before
get
we
2
go, we
portions
understand
of
you've got
this.
some other production assistants there you wanted to bring in. Your
You know what?
nieces?
They've all dissipated. Everybody ran around the house.
Wow.
I just said, guys, it's showtime. Come on down.
Yeah,
They
bye-bye.
took their drinks
All right, they
and
missed
they
their
took
shot.
off.
There we go. We saw a
But you
little
know what?
hand.
Also on Instagram, I'm also going to show how to make the peach version of this because we were like torn. We didn't know which one we liked better, the strawberry
Okay,
lemonade
so let's just
or
see
the
Ian.
Ian.
Let's just see Ian.
Here he comes.
Okay,
Al, you know he only does this for you. Come here.
That's my man. That's my man.
So cute.
Thank you, guys. That's so funny.
Okay, thanks, Joy. And of course, it's all on today.com/food.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?